Book 4, Dragonslayer. Creativity is always evil's downfall. Chapter 1, The Phoenix Fairy. The universe was so cold. Stars twinkled through the air as the distant sound of machines and gunfire broke through the atmosphere. Between the gaps that filled her being, Anna Sophia found the strength to open her eyes. If she'd had a mouth, she would have gasped. Before her was the entire world, rotating peacefully through space. She could see through the clouds and storms, swirling around the edges of the blue and green planet. It didn't take her long to find America. Black smoke filling the air above the east side of the country. Troubling still was the chaos that covered the rest of the nation. The land looked broken and disorganized, as floodwater from the Mississippi spilled out over the west. Yellowstone appeared to have risen into a new mountain range, and the state of California had broken off from the mainland and was floating away. Fear poured into her soul as red light began to cover the land. Evil laughter from the dragon filled the area around her. Looking across the U.S., she saw individuals in every state performing frantic versions of the dragon's ceremony. Drops of blood were offered on kitchen counters and bathroom floors, as words of devotion were frantically muttered, allowing more power than ever before to flow through the air back towards the capital. People were granted long life, mountains of gold, and abilities not even normal magic could grant. As quickly as these wishes were granted, the bodies of these sad people began to change. Soon, mutated animal-human hybrids could be heard terrorizing big cities and rural towns across the country, all while individuals took up arms against their former friends and family. Through all the chaos, Anna Sophia peered through thick mists and spotted a large beast curled up inside the remains of the White House, sleeping peacefully in a black cloud of smoke. So that was where the demon was. Seemed fitting, she thought as she looked across the nation. Of course, the dragon didn't care about his new subjects. It was never about giving America a fresh start or freeing the people from oppression. It had always been about control. Control over their thoughts, over their wants, over their lives. That was all the dragon had ever wanted, and they'd foolishly let him take it all. Almost no one had bothered to try and stand up to them. No one, except James. Anna Sophia thought about how horrible it must have been, standing alone in a body that wasn't even his, as the world as he'd known it ended before his eyes. Despite his lack of experience and his uncertainty, he'd openly declared that he'd slay that dragon. No meetings, no paperwork, no waiting for Congress to agree. James had stepped up when the country needed him most, and now she had to find him and warn him. He had to know that the enemy had taken up residence at the scene of first contact. At least, she had to try. Remembering where the Library of Congress began, she gazed through the ground and soon found one of its many open passageways. Sound began to fill her mind as she heard someone talking quickly. Following the sound like a climber on a rope, Anna Sophia traced the winding walkways of broken stone floors covered in soggy books and puddles. The sound soon led her straight to someone she knew had to be from James's world. "I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. It's just so cool to see you work. Miss Lilith, please keep quiet. We're surrounded by..." The voices reached her mind, filling the space between her and them as faint traces of their auras started to come into view. Turning around a corner, she spotted them huddled close to another as the girl, who must have been Lilith, started to speak again. Right, sorry. So, how do you know Mace again?" the girl with black hair said, twirling a knife between her fingers as her mutant companion sighed. "I told you we were traveling together," the fox said, sniffing. She watched his fur stand on end as the air changed. "Do you hear something?" "Hear what?" Lilith asked, shrugging just as Anna Sophia reached through space to grab onto her aura swirling above her head. As soon as she had, everything went fuzzy. The universe felt like a TV station that had lost its signal, everything sharpening and growing in static as she felt her head start to spin. "Oh!" Lilith cried suddenly, slumping back against the wall as the fox mutant jumped behind cover. Get down, he cried as Lilith felt something crawl over her. Unable to scream, she felt her eyes closing as someone else's voice started to come out of her mouth. James! James, are you here? Anna Sophia said, snapping Lilith's body up and struggling to look around. The air was thick with dampness as she felt a puddle splash beneath her shoe. As everything struggled to come into focus, she felt the otherworldly aura struggling beneath her grasp. Pain clamped down onto her eyes as she gripped the aura tighter, ignoring the sensation of thousands of little needles piercing her fingers. James, the dragon, I know where he is. We have to convene at the ruins of... Anna Sophia froze as she saw the fox mutant slowly come out from behind his cover, weapon in hand. Lilith? It asked. It eyed her up and down like she'd just grown 2 more heads. What's going on? You, Anna Sophia said, struggling to maintain control of the girl's body. Where do your loyalties lie? The fox mutant narrowed its eyes at her and slowly came out of its cover. Pointing the gun at the ground, its eyes twitched as it tried sniffing the air. Who's asking? It asked. Trying to stand up straight, Anna Sophia struggled to put both hands behind her back. All you need to know, traitor, is that I serve the people of these United States and its true president, James Rita. As if a switch had been flipped, the fox mutant instantly relaxed. Well, that makes 2 of us. My question remains, though. Who am I talking to? Anna Sophia searched the mutant with her, or rather the girl's, eyes. She didn't see anything about him that suggested he wasn't someone she could rely on, besides the fact that he was a mutant. Compared to her being here at all, a mutant being loyal to their cause had to be the least strange thing she'd seen all day. Sighing, Anna Sophia felt her right arm twitch violently as she spoke. I am Vice President Anna Sophia. Ugh. I need to speak to the president. Is he nearby? That's what we're trying to find out, the fox mutant said, taking a step towards her. You a ghost or something? Anna Sophia stopped, her voice getting caught in her throat. Looking down, she thought about how she was here and how she'd felt before getting into space. Maybe that wasn't too far off. Shaking her head, she focused on the foxman before her and pointed right at him. Listen closely. I don't know how long I have. Tell James we have to change our plans immediately. The dragon has let its guard down in the ruins of the White House. We have to ambush it before it gets any more powerful. If we don't... The fox's eyes widened. How do you know all of this? Waving her hands wildly, Anna Sophia felt frustration growing in her mind. There's no time. You have to find the president and deliver this message. Tell him to meet me at the... The grip Anna Sophia felt over the girl's body began to fade, and she felt herself being forced out. She tried to hold on, grasping at the side of her head as she heard the girl yelling in her mind. The fox mutant seemed to sense something was off, rushing to her side and grabbing her before she could fall over. Lilith, are you all right? Please, Anna Sophia said, looking up into the mutant's eyes. Find James. Tell him we need him. With that, the world began to melt away as she felt herself getting heavier. The fox mutant and the Library of Congress disappeared, replaced with darkness and the taste of blood in her mouth. The sounds of water dripping mixed with the subtle hum of machines. Flexing her fingers, she felt something in the air above her head. Opening her eyes, bright light filled her vision as she waited for her eyes to adjust. As they did, she felt the pain in her lungs as she struggled to breathe properly. Everything hurt, right down to the tips of her toes. As the pain forced her to regain consciousness, she heard a familiar voice nearby. Madam Vice President, the sergeant asked. She felt a cool rag against her skin as something big growled nearby. A large, wet nose suddenly greeted her. Mark, Anna Sophia choked out, looking at the giant white polar bear muzzle against her. Its head so large it nearly covered her entire body. The creature sniffed once and pushed its head closer, completely hiding her from the sergeant's view. Ma'am, the sergeant said, standing at attention as the sounds of the IG around them filled the air. "Glad to have you back," the gruff soldier muttered, saluting as Anna Sophia yawned painfully. "My back hurts," she said, slowly reaching up to her shoulder and feeling only one wing. Oh no. "I'm sorry, ma'am," the sergeant said, keeping his salute up as Mark the polar bear closed his eyes. "Extraction successful. Mickey and Bart helped us get back. They've retreated to their base of operations. We're still in Alaska. What are your orders?" Getting up from the table, Anna Sophia gently moved Mark's giant head away before standing up. Her uniform tattered and stained with blood as her magic ebbed around her like a throbbing vein. Pulling flakes of crusty hair out of her face, she took a deep breath as she struggled to speak. "It's my fault," she whispered. "It's all my fault." "They knew what they signed up for, ma'am," the sergeant countered, hiding a few deep cuts on his right shoulder. "We need to make sure that the sacrifices made today weren't in vain. All of them." The sergeant's words hung in the air like a piano dangling above a sidewalk. Anna Sophia felt her chest start to ache more as she gritted her teeth. As Miss Houston often said, now wasn't the time for tears. Oh no, now she was quoting Miss Houston. "You're right. Any idea how we could get a message out to the American people?" she asked, her voice shakier than an old car on its last wheels. "I might have something we can use," the sergeant said, nodding. "Set it up," Anna Sophia ordered, looking over at Mark as the giant polar bear huffed again. Forcing herself to stop shaking, she forced a smile and limped over to him before kissing the top of his head. "I missed you too," she choked out. Chapter 2. Jumping to the End. "This sucks on ice," Mace grumbled, looking around at their captors. Charlie glared at one of the mutant animal human monsters as it stalked past them, snickering as it checked its weird-looking rifle. Nearby, Mace heard one of them throw a rock down the hole that James and the creepy troll in the black suit had gone down. They all seemed to laugh as the sound of it hitting the ground took a long time to reach them. "I'm glad Lil isn't here," Mace admitted, sitting on the ground. "She'd probably have tried to attack these things by now." Charlie sighed beside him, kicking a few pebbles off the side of the cliff. "You think she's noticed we're gone yet?" he asked. Mace nodded before setting his chin down in his palm. "We were supposed to go to one of those interactive art exhibit things today after class. She's probably blowing up my phone right now." Charlie gave Mace a surprised look before reaching into his pocket and pulling his phone out. "You didn't bring yours?" "Hey!" a pig mutant shouted, snatching Charlie's phone out of his hand. "No phones!" "Whoa, give it back!" Mace yelled, jumping to his feet and trying to grab the phone. The other mutants around started to laugh as the pig held it just out of reach. "Mace, let it go," Charlie tried to say, grabbing Mace by his shoulders and pulling him back. "It doesn't work here anyway." "That's so not the point, dude," Mace yelled, pulling himself free. Running straight at the pig mutant, Mace watched its eyes widen as he aimed right for its chest. The other mutants all stopped cheering as Mace slammed right into their comrade, tackling it to the ground with a hard thud. Charlie's phone clattered onto the ground as Mace kept his arms on the nasty pigman, quickly switching around into a wrestling hold. "I've had enough!" Mace shouted, pulling the pig's arm in a death grip as it began squealing. It tried to smack the ground with its free arm as its weapon fell from its grasp. To Mace's surprise, rather than jumping to their fellow monster's aid, the other mutants started cheering in a circle around them. "Mace, let him go!" Charlie tried to yell, failing to get in between a pigeon and a Chihuahua mutant. Ignoring his friend, Mace pulled the pig's arm as its squealing got even higher pitched. Hearing a pop in the mutant's shoulder, Mace let his opponent go and quickly got back on his feet. The pig mutant cried out in pain before rolling over and struggling to get back up, one of its arms hanging limply by its side. "Get him! Eat his face! $50 on the Mason!" The mutants around them cheered like a crowd at a football game. As they did, Mace and the pig circled one another, the monster's weapon in the center. Keeping his eyes on his opponent, Mace held his fists up as the pig snarled and rushed him. Easily sidestepping the mutant, he watched as the pig tumbled straight into the ring of his fellow comrades, knocking a few of them over like one of those CGI bowling alley reels. The creatures crunched together as they tumbled to the ground, the others that still stood shouting and cheering even louder. "My turn!" another mutant yelled, running right up to Mace and starting to circle him. Mace snapped to his ready position, fists in front of his face, as he stared down the Chihuahua mutant before him. Sensing his unease, the mutant barked as its eyes rolled back into its head. Using its claws, it swiped right at Mace's chest, staggering forward wildly as the star athlete swiftly moved back, avoiding it as best as he could. "Grab his neck and twist it!" one of the mutants screamed as Mace and the Chihuahua moved out of the circle. They passed the pig and the other mutants, all still struggling to get up off the ground. Almost time, Mace thought as he watched the mutant snap its little jaws at him. Its eyes rolled around in its head as it yipped and yapped like the world's most annoying alarm clock. Watching its feet, Mace saw its toes suddenly point right at him. Now! Stepping forward, Mace followed his opponent's moves perfectly and stepped to the right of its claws. Swiping his bare knuckles under its outstretched arm, he felt a satisfying crunch as his fist landed right under the Chihuahua's chin. The little monster bit down on its tongue as it staggered forward, forcing Mace to circle around closer to the edge nearby. With his back to the drop-off, he waited as the little monster shook its head and angrily yipped before rushing him. Smiling to himself, Mace spun out of the way and fired a well-placed kick right in the middle of the short monster's back, sending it screaming over the edge. "No fair!" another mutant yelled as Mace turned around, just in time to see a big bull mutant coming right for him. Before he could react, the bull got a hold of his chest and took him to the ground with a hard smack. The wind rushed out of Mace's lungs as he felt the bull get on top of him. Drool flew from the sides of its nasty maw as it leveled a horribly mutated fist right at his head. Zoom! A trail of green bullets streaked through the air, striking the bull in the back of its head. Mace heard the monster growl once before slumping down on top of him. "Aw, come on!" Mace yelled angrily as the full weight of the bull pinned him to the ground. All the while, more shots went off overhead. Terrifyingly, he felt a few stray shots thump against the bull's body as he tried to lift it up. "Get off me!" Mace tried to yell. He felt the bull's horns scraping the ground around his head as he tried to lift his arms out from under the creature's massive shoulders. The rocks beneath him scraped his back as he struggled beneath the creature's frame, the sounds of fighting echoing around him. Shouting angrily, Mace found the strength to start to lift the bull mutant's body up. As he felt its fur peel off his sweaty shirt, another mutant fell right on top of him. With a grunt, the two bodies pinned Mace once more. "You gotta be kidding me!" Mace groaned, trying to force the bodies up just long enough for him to slip out. The new weight made his arms ache, and the smell made him gag as more shots were fired nearby. Looking up, Mace spotted the edge of the cliff just a few inches away from his head. Maybe if he could squish his way down, he could push the bodies over the top. "Mace!" a new voice screamed, making him freeze in place. No way. "Mace! Where are you, dude?" Charlie called. Another shot rang out as the weight of the bodies started to feel overwhelming, pushing him into the gravel under his back. "Here! Under here!" Mace shouted, trying to pound on the bull's body. Thankfully, he heard someone run over and start pushing the bodies off. Before he knew it, the weight was suddenly pulled away as someone new jumped on him and started hugging his waist. "I thought you were dead," Lilith said, holding him so tightly he felt like he was going to pop. "Thank heavens you're all right, Mr. Mason," Milo said, holding out a paw and helping them both up. "Looks like we got here just in time." "I thought you died," Mace said, looking at the fox mutant. As he did, Lilith let him go and grabbed both sides of his head. You smell awful, she said before giving him a kiss. Thanks, Mace muttered, looking around. Wait, what are you doing here? Lilith and Milo looked at one another. Look, is James around? Lilith asked. Guys, I think that's the last of them, Charlie said, running up and holding one of the mutants' weapons. Are we ready to go after James? Is he still down there? Milo asked, pointing at the giant hole nearby. Charlie nodded before holding the rifle up and patting Lilith on the shoulder. As he ran over to Milo, Lilith turned to Mace and pulled him away. Come on, Lilith said, holding onto him. James needs us. Instead of just going with it, Mace leaned over and gave Lilith the biggest hug he could. Missed you too. Surprisingly, Lilith didn't push him off or tell him they were wasting time. Instead, she stayed quiet as they stood there at the edge of the cliff, the sounds of water falling below filling the air around them. After a moment or so, Mace let Lilith go, and they shared a look of relief. Lilith reached down and grabbed Mace's right hand, pulling him away as they joined Milo and Charlie, who were just staring into the big hole. Do we have any rope? Charlie asked. Milo laughed and scratched the scruff under his chin. I don't think there's enough rope in the whole capital for this hole, Mr. Charlie. A breeze from the cavern ruffled his fur as Charlie pointed his weapon down at the chasm. Bang! The green bullet spiraled down the big, dark hole, growing smaller and smaller before finally hitting the bottom. As it did, the four companions all looked at one another. Got any wings? Mace asked Milo. I wish I did, Mr. Mason, Milo admitted, slinging his own weapon over his shoulder before walking back to some of the corpses. The others soon followed, watching as Milo searched each of the bodies for anything they could use. As he collected, the mutant fox tossed an extra weapon to Mace before pointing at the next closest corpse. Take what you can carry. Gyllenhaal's other forces may be nearby, Milo said. Looking at Lilith, Mace squeezed her hand before following the mutant's instructions. Soon, everyone was pulling what they could off and gearing up for the next encounter. Just like the duty call, Mace muttered. Any radios? Milo asked, standing up with an extra weapon around his back. I got one, Charlie said, holding up a broken green rectangle. Can you fix it? No, Mr. Charlie, Milo said, looking around the cavern. Here's one, Lilith said, walking over. How do you turn it on? Milo quickly took the device right out of her hands, twisting a knob and tapping the side until a raspy voice started to come through. And to read Hall, the radio crackled. Mace swallowed as Milo continued messing with the signal, twisting the knob a little more. Repeat, please, Milo said into the radio, nodding at the others, as the other voice came back through. Anyone got a read on Commander Gyllenhaal? The voice asked. He's not answering his feed. He's dead, a voice said from behind. Chapter 3. That's convenient. Everyone spun around and leveled their weapons at the intruder. Tall yellow creature raised his claws. The ends of his striped blue suit seemed to shine brightly, even as the light around them pulsed like candlelight. Its nostrils flared as its heavy gaze rested on the four companions, an American flag pin placed neatly on its left suit coat pocket. Who's that supposed to be? Lilith asked before stepping in front of Mace. Lilith? The creature asked. When? Oh, I can't with this anymore. Charlie laughed as James walked past them, rubbing his eyes like he'd just woken up. It wasn't easy, but he found the patience to ignore him, even as he felt the college boy give him the biggest hug he could. You missed a great fight, bro. So did you, James muttered, looking at the others and widening his eyes. Milo, James said, rushing over and scaring the fox mutant a little, even as he grabbed his claws and shook them up and down. You're not dead! I mean, James stopped, letting him go before clearing his throat. Glad you're not dead, or whatever. Thankfully, Milo smiled. Likewise, Mr. President. He slowly looked back at Lilith, still standing in front of Mace. I assume you know Miss Lilith here? Of course he does, Lilith said, running over and playfully punching the side of James's arm. I take him to all the good parties. Anyway, James interrupted, looking at everyone and putting his claws together in front of his face. I got the dragon's blood thing we talked about. What? Milo asked, suddenly pushing past Lilith. Where is it? Chill, Milo, James said, slowly putting his claws down. I swallowed it. Yeah. The fox mutant looked like he wanted to say something else, but stopped, tapping his chin with a claw. Well, that was an option we reviewed. Bro, May said, giving James a disgusted look. You drank blood? Like, actually? Throwing his arms in the air, James almost roared back at the college boy. Are you seriously talking to me about my drinking habits? Hey, I've been sober since I got here, May said, pretending to be hurt. Besides, I've never drunk anyone's blood before. Yeah, 'cause that's gross, Charlie pointed out, looking around. Wasn't there supposed to be more monsters soon or something? As soon as he finished talking, the radio Milo held kicked back on. The static-filled voices came through the other side, sounding just like a garbled voice chat for a video game. Treat, rep, act now to op. Milo slowly looked from the radio back to James, his gaze suddenly very serious. Mr. President, there's something you need to know. Retreat? Awesome, May said, looking at Lilith. We scared him off. We scared them off, babe, Lilith said, pointing from herself to Charlie and Milo. You were hiding. Rather than arguing, Mace just smiled back. I missed you so much, he said before jumping on Lilith as she laughed and tried to push him off. Ignoring them both, James focused on Milo. What's up? While we were making our way over to find you, Milo began, looking down nervously. We received an urgent message from your vice president. Anna Sophia called you? James asked, standing up straight. Is she all right? She's still in Hawaii? Milo held up a claw respectfully. She didn't say. Her message was brief and invasive, Lilith pointed out while being held up by Mace. She mentioned the dragon, Milo continued, his eyes starting to darken. It's in D.C. In fact, it's currently in the ruins of the White House. The breeze ruffled the end of the mutant fox's fur. His scent flooded through the air as Mace shook his head. Okay, so, he said as Charlie cleared the chambers of his magic gun. Can we all call in an airstrike or something? Sure, Lilith said, holding a broken radio towards her boyfriend sarcastically. Who you gonna call? Also, random thought, Lilith said, looking at everyone else. We can go home whenever we want, right? Finals are only a couple months away. The semester literally started like 2 weeks ago, Mace pointed out. Besides, we're juniors. Literally nothing matters right now. I was once told that a good education will set you free, Mason, Milo said. And education leads to revolution, which I believe we could use a little of right now. Mace sighed and sat down on one of the corpses. Cool. So to answer Lilith's question, it takes a very specific amount of magic and materials to open portals to other worlds, Milo mentioned, looking at James. Cool. You got any on you? Mace asked. Ah, crap, James said, realizing something. Guys, we have to take out the dragon. Charlie tipped his gun onto his shoulder. We do? Yeah, we do, James said, putting his fist on his hips. Okay, but why though? Lilith asked. Taking a deep breath, James watched as puffs of smoke floated out of his nostrils and into the air. Watching them disappear, he couldn't help but scratch between the horns growing out of the top of his head. There is a portal that can take us home, but... James closed his eyes. I guess the dragon's standing on it? Oh, awesome, Mace said, throwing his hands into the air. Well, don't worry, we college students got it. And Milo. We won't be alone, the fox mutant said, nodding at James. The vice president promised to stand with us. I find it hard to imagine she'll be by herself. He paused, looking at each member of this most bizarre posse. And if we kill the dragon, we can save these United States and get all of you home. Why can't we just go back the way we came? Lilith asked, pointing back towards the tunnels. We'd need a powerful magic user. Someone with a strong aura, Milo said, shaking his head. Perhaps someone like the Secretary of Defense, Miss Houston. Or Anna Sophia, James said, thinking about the auras he'd seen over both their heads back in Hawaii. Either way, we need to get out of here. There's no freedom for any of us in this place. I agree, Milo said, setting his rifle and radio down. Using his claw, Milo traced out a dragon head amidst a circle he labeled WC in the dirt below. Drawing an arrow to it, he began outlining some kind of map. Folding his arms, James nodded as if he knew what he was looking at. If we follow the scent from before, we should exit back to the surface around here. By the time we get there, the vice president should have begun her attack to draw the enemy out. He stopped, looking up at Mace. From there, we can link up. I'm sorry, but I'm not fighting a dragon. It's not happening, Mace said, shaking his head and stepping back. James can do it. Oh, come on, Mace. Don't you want to serve a version of your country? Lilith asked nervously. Actually, no, Mace admitted, stepping further back. This whole burnt America thing really sucks, really. But I kind of just want to leave, like right now. Come on, man, Charlie started to say, standing up and leaning on the butt of his rifle. These people need... Nah, don't even start, soldier boy, Mace said, angrily pointing at Charlie's face. This is not my fight. Milo growled slightly. Then whose fight is it, Mason? Turning around sharply, Mace held up his hands and started backing away. I don't know. Ask Yellow Barney. He's supposed to be in charge. Mace, Lilith started to say. No, Lil, no. We are not getting any deeper into this, Mace yelled, making Lilith wince. They want to go fight a dragon, whatever. This isn't some game. We could die, and that's not going to happen. That's it. With that, Mace took Lilith's hand and started walking away from the group. Surprisingly, she didn't resist. Mace, where are you going, man? Charlie asked. Ignoring him, Mace continued leading Lilith away from the others across the underground mountaintop. The further away they got, the tighter his grip became. Okay, you're hurting my hand, Lilith said, pulling herself out of his grasp. Lil, Mace started to say, stopping in his tracks. What? Lilith shouted, grabbing his shoulders and flipping him around. I'm not a kid. You don't have to hold my hand. Mace started to open his mouth, a venomous response on the edge of his tongue. He watched Lilith's eyes get wilder, daring him to say something. Instead, Mace felt something stop him, like a hand grabbing him before he could fall over the edge. Whatever. I'm sorry, he muttered. Seriously, what is your problem? Lilith asked, pointing back at the group. These people? Animals? Creatures need our help, and if that's really James back there... Mace sighed loudly and leaned back. A dragon, Lil, he said, turning and looking at her. They are talking about fighting a frickin' dragon, like a giant one with magic and stuff. And? Lilith asked, leaning to her right and folding her arms. Milo is saying the government has giant robots, plus America loves guns. Covering the front of his face and shaking his head, Mace barely stopped himself from falling over from just how insane this whole setup had become. Look, babe, these people don't stand a chance, Mace said, looking at his girlfriend. And I am not risking your life over any of this. Oh, so this is all about me now, Lilith challenged again, pointing back at the group. What about them? What about James? He's just a kid. We all promised to take care of him no matter what. He needs us. He's not a kid. Not anymore. Seriously, I watched him tear a metal death trap apart like it was bread, Mace said, shaking his head. Plus, there was this gross underground sea serpent, and he's fine. Throwing her hands in the air, Lilith started pacing back and forth as the group watched them from a distance. This is just like that ski trip we didn't take, or the rapids you made us skip out on, or my personal favorite, don't bring up the skydiving, our canceled skydiving date, which, by the way, you still owe my dad for. Lil, this is totally different, Mace tried to say, pointing at the center of his palm. We can't fight an actual dragon that, last I heard, took over America. Lilith looked like she wanted to say more. Her eyes strained as the wind caught her hair and blew it in front of her face. The harder his girlfriend stared, the more Mace gritted his teeth. No matter what came out of Lilith's mouth, the logic just wasn't on her side this time, and he knew that she knew it. Instead of keeping up the argument, Lilith suddenly sat down and buried her head in her hands. The dirt smudges on her clothes almost looked like scars in the purple and blue fabric, as Mace felt guilt stab through his chest. Without thinking about it, he sat down in front of her and waited. A minute passed. Lilith kept her head in her hands without moving. As the breeze carried itself through the space between them, Mace wondered if she'd started praying. Mason, Lilith said, finally pulling her head up. You heard James. If we want to go home, we have to at least meet up with Anna Sophia. And once we do, we're going straight back, right? Mace asked. Instead of answering, Lilith looked away. For the first time in a while, she looked scared, vulnerable even. You can go if you want, she said, standing up, but I'm staying with Charlie and James. Chapter 4. Planned from the start. So, Anna Sophia possessed Lilith, and now we're going to attack the dragon before he gets too powerful to kill. James felt like a moron as the questions left his jaw. Fortunately, Milo nodded. More or less, he said, wiping his claws together. Literally how, though? Charlie asked, looking away from the direction Lilith and Mace had gone. It's a magic blood dragon, right? Can we even hurt it? Probably, James said, walking over to him and tapping his chest with a single claw. How's the saying go? If it bleeds, it can die or something? Honestly, dude, you'd know better than I would, Charlie said, looking worriedly back towards Mace and Lilith, and pushing his glasses up over his nose. Following the blonde boy's gaze, James wondered where Mace's caution had suddenly come from. What's up with Mace? Charlie shook his head. He's just scared. James stopped, trying to tune out what Mace and Lilith were saying, long enough to focus on the space above them. He could see their auras above their heads, pulsing and convulsing like clouds of lightning. Didn't know Mace got scared, James admitted. Charlie looked at the ground, rubbing his hands on the front of his pants like he was trying to get a stain out of them. Sure he does. Charlie rubbed the back of his neck like he wasn't comfortable with the subject matter. He hides it pretty well, James said, looking down. That's Mace for you, Charlie said before sitting on the ground with a huff. Nicest dude in the world till someone else is in the crossfire. He and Lil work great together. I still don't know how they're an item, James said, shrugging in the couple's direction. They seem like such opposites. Charlie chuckled. Makes sense the more you get to know him. All three of us met our freshman year, you know, Charlie said, leaning back on his palms in the dirt. Cool, James said, trying to act uninterested. Nah, bro, it sucked, Charlie said, letting his head lean back so he could see James. All three of us promised that we'd make sure no one else ever had it as bad as we did, especially any future roommates. With that, Charlie looked up, combing his hair out of his face. His eyes seemed to darken. College is hard, but bad people can make it so much worse, you know? The weight of his words fell on James's shoulders. He thought about his first week in the dorm with them, the stress he'd felt, and how overwhelming everything had been. It would have been easy for Mace, Charlie, and Lilith to all ignore him or tell him to suck it up. Instead, they'd welcomed him, introduced him to as many other people as possible, and even let him drive their cars. Hey, Charlie? What's up, man? Thanks. I'm sorry I haven't been, super down to hang out with you guys. Instead of laughing or brushing him off, James watched the blonde boy take a deep breath and stand up. I get it, dude. These things take time. Charlie looked back at James, the lenses in his glasses, both cracked and dirty. Though neither said another word, James felt like a million things were being shared between them. He couldn't even imagine a younger Charlie or Mace or even Lilith struggling with college life like he had. All three of them seemed to be so in their elements, so sure of themselves and happy, even here. Maybe I'll be like that someday, James thought, just as he watched Lilith point at Mace's face. Have they come to a consensus? Milo asked, stepping up beside them. No idea, Charlie said, brushing his hands together. Hey, quick question. Are you a soldier, or were you before this? Charlie asked, motioning at Milo's head. The fox mutant licked his lips. Red Ops. Huh? James asked, tearing his gaze away from Mace and Lilith. The mutated hybrid's face seemed to droop. I was an assassin. At least my brothers were. I was just along for the ride. Those were your brothers? James asked, remembering the other heads Milo had once had. Milo rubbed his shoulder. I believe so. It was horrible. Sorry, dude, Charlie muttered, looking away. Are you guys done yet? James yelled at Mace and Lilith, hoping to distract everyone from the horror of Milo's existence. Thankfully, the couple started walking back over as Mace kept his eyes on the ground. Lilith reached over and took his hand, pulling him along as she smiled at the group. Sorry, we're coming. About time, Milo said, leaning his rifle on his shoulder. I'd like to leave this place as soon as we can. We still need to get back to the surface. Oh, hey, Charlie said, pointing at James. Dude, can you transform into a dragon now? We can totally fly out of here, right? Oh, that, James said, rubbing the spikes on his chin. I don't know, man. Could you, though? Guys, I don't think I'm ready for that. Lilith let go of Mace before stepping in front of him. You can do it, she said, her voice softer than normal. No, I really don't think it's a good idea, James said, remembering the horrifying dragon he'd seen shortly before getting his troll body from Syrian. Let's just walk. Actually, the president may be right, Milo said, looking around. If our enemies catch the scent of a dragon down here, we'll be overrun in minutes. Besides, I imagine dragons carry quite the magic stain. Ew, James said, looking at Mace. Instead of laughing like usual, the college boy kept his hands in his pockets, his eyes deep in thought. For now, let's carefully make our way back. Milo reloaded his weapon before nodding at James. Just say the word, Mr. President. Oh, yeah, let's go, James said, looking back at Mace as he started to walk away. Thankfully, Lilith drew his attention after touching his arm. Focusing back on the path ahead of them, James tried to tell himself not to worry too much as he walked back down the path. Whatever happened next, he just hoped they would finally be out of this stupid library. Chapter 5. Let me be clear. The red light of the smashed camera flicked on, planting an eerie red glimmer in the center of Anna Sophia's eyes as she tried to smile into the lenses. She could see her own reflection looking back at her hair looking like strands of licorice reaching down to orange highlights. She tried to freshen up as much as possible, but the cuts and bruises beneath her clothes stung almost as much as taking over Lilith's body had. As she took a deep breath, she hoped the dragon didn't shut down the whole internet before she managed to get this message out. The dragon. Just the thought of seeing it sleeping peacefully in the ruins of the White House made her feel so helpless. Here they were, flying across the country in a heavily damaged iron golem, preparing to beg the people for help, and the dragon was taking a nap. The dragon, the architect of America's destruction, hadn't been able to sway her. By all accounts, it had won, leaving America's people powerless and its capital a smoldering mess. Yet she'd given it something to fear, and Anna Sophia was more than ready to capitalize on it. My fellow Americans, she began, her battered face reflected back at her through the few remaining shiny surfaces across the IG's control room. This is Vice President Anna Sophia, she said, wincing slightly, and I must once again ask for your support. She paused, looking over at the sergeant as he manned the controls of the IG. He looked back at her and nodded, pointing at a nearby screen that revealed their flight path. With a thumbs up, she smiled back and got ready to drop the bombshell. I wanted to formally announce to the world that, due to the absence of Congress and the judicial branch of our government, I, on behalf of our newest president, have declared war on the red worm that calls itself our king. She leaned back, watching the red light reflect in her eyes. Your government's role is to represent you, the people. As you are all aware, in recent years this has not occurred, she said, keeping her eyes on the cracked camera lenses. This beast has been our enemy from the foundation of our country. Since then, it's bided its time in the shadows, breaking us down and promising everything in exchange for a few drops of blood. The recording's timer continued to click up, the numbers slowly growing as she took a moment to stabilize. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw herself there, standing across the false Oval Office desk, as the dragon encouraged her to sign its contract. Even now, it felt so appealing, knowing that everything could have been restored in a single moment. "I implore you," she said, glaring into the camera. "Don't give in. Don't grant him any more power. This is war, and it's a war to take back our country. No, our home, from an outside force bent on crushing us beneath its claws." As she spoke, she straightened her back and pointed at the red light. Her voice shook with every word, but her words were sure. "The dragon wants blood. It wants to grow in power until nothing can stop it. And it will kill you and me to get it." As the floor of the IG rumbled beneath her feet, she held up a few fingers and snapped them together, creating a small flame at the ends of her fingertips. The glowing fire messed with the focus of the camera, making her face disappear from view temporarily as she used her magic to elevate her voice. "America will never have a king. Not while I and your president still live. To any surviving members of the government, its branches, and military, strike back against the very forces that infiltrated your chain of command and attacked you." She paused, letting the fire dance across her fingers. "And to the average American," Anna Sophia stopped, letting her flame die out before pointing at the camera. "Fight. Use every tool you have. Run these monsters over with your cars. Blast your favorite music at full volume to make it hard for them to communicate. And put the American flag, the real one, on every corner you can. America is ours, not the dragons nor the monsters it employs, and certainly not the trolls that command its armies." With that, she turned around, revealing the bloody bandages wrapped around her back as her remaining wing hung limply to the side. "And to our enemies watching this," she stopped, turning back around as her flames blazed within her eyes, "you're gonna burn for this." With that, the red light went out, just as Anna Sophia felt herself getting weak. Holding the side of her head, she felt Mark appear at her side as her legs went numb. Slumping onto the large polar bear, she tried to catch her breath as the sergeant walked over with a damaged first aid kit in hand. "You think that'll work, ma'am?" the sergeant asked, pushing bandages aside before handing her a painkiller. Anna Sophia shrugged and quickly swallowed the little white pellet. "Either it will, or we'll die." "All due respect, ma'am," the sergeant started, putting the spare first aid kit away. "Even if we do get an army, we still don't have a plan of attack." "James will have one," Anna Sophia said, taking a few deep breaths as Mark growled affectionately beneath her. "And if he doesn't?" "Just upload the video everywhere you can," Anna Sophia directed, sighing as the pain began to fade. "Mention to everyone to converge on DC. It's time for a counterattack." "Not just a counterattack," Miss Houston said, appearing before them. "We need a revolution." Mark roared at the witch, the fur on the back of his neck standing up, as Anna Sophia struggled to lean up. Before she could stop him, she felt the massive polar bear swipe at the old woman. Before the steak knife-sized claws could connect with her head, Miss Houston raised a finger and froze the beast in place, as Anna Sophia began to slide off his back. The sergeant stood at attention as Miss Houston watched her fall onto her knees. "Finished with your side quest, ma'am?" Miss Houston asked, watching as Anna Sophia struggled to stand up. "Yeah," Anna Sophia said, clenching her fists as she felt the flames returning to her eyes. "Good," the Purple Witch said, pushing back on her pointed glasses. "Follow me. I'll have the medics fix what's left." "No," Anna Sophia said, walking right up to the old woman. "From now on, you are going to follow me. Understood?" Her eyes blazed as the edges of the flames danced inches away from Miss Houston's face. The heat warmed the space between them as the sergeant took a step back. Anna Sophia stared at the old witch, daring her to protest, to say something, or dismiss her completely. She felt the flames growing from her eyes as Mark began to stir behind her. The old woman started to smile. "Finally," she whispered. Chapter 6. Let's get out. The air within the walls of the crypts blew between old blocks of stone, all littered around the wet floor. The exit to the surface stood nearby, its arch like a portal to another world as the sound of footsteps echoed around the moist tunnel. Voices filled the halls as a group approached the opening with weapons drawn. "Seal off the exit, maggots!" a mutant spider hissed as it forced its small band of fellow monsters to stand under the archway. "Shoot on sight!" "Sir," a cat mutant with a lazy eye asked. "I didn't join the dragon's mutant army just to be called Sir, Private," the spider barked. "Major," the cat mutant said apologetically. "Who are we looking for?" "Me," a menacing voice said. The cave erupted into gunfire. Green light streaked through the darkness, casting shadows over the tall figure as he stood still and waited. A single blast flew right between the menacing horns that grew from the top of its head, revealing the troll's displeased expression. The spider mutant screamed, "Cease fire! Cease fire, you stupid!" As the gunshots stopped, the mutants watched as their commander spun around and fell to its knees as the figure approached. Its tall shadow fell over the formation as smoke rose from its nostrils. "Please, forgive us, Your Grace," the spider mutant begged, keeping its head down. "I'll deal with this swift." The tall troll scoffed, crossing its massive arms. A cloud of smog collected above its head, wrapping around its horns like a spiked incense burner. "Commander, please, you're embarrassing yourself," Syrian said. The spider looked up, each of its half-human, half-spider eyes blinking in confusion. Of course, sire." Rising to its feet, it watched the troll look back down the dark hallway. The spider gulped. "Shall I send word that you're returning to the surface, Your Grace?" "Nah," Syrian said casually. "But you can give us all your guns and communication equipment." What?" the spider asked as the troll reached out and grabbed the mutant's head, throwing it into the wall with a sick crunch. "Now!" James yelled, rushing the other mutants as gunshots came from the darkness behind him. The line of mutants scattered, all screaming and rushing towards the opening. Blasts from the magical weapons made short work of them, bringing them down as James tore his way up and over their bodies, almost leaping out onto the scorched grass. The ground beneath him shook as he held up his claws and yelled. "We're so back, baby!" he shouted in the troll's voice, scaring the daylights out of another group of mutants and goblins nearby. "Take them!" Milo shouted, coming out of the archway beside a terrified-looking mace, as they both fired their rifles at anything that moved. Behind them, Charlie came charging out with his own gun at the ready, his face stone cold, as he pointed the handgun right at a charging bat-like creature. With deadly accuracy, he fired a single shot right between its crazy eyes. The beast fell, its body coming to a halt, not far away from the college student's line of fire. "Let's rock!" Lilith screamed, running between the boys with one of Milo's knives in her hands. "Whoa," James said, stopping her mad charge as a line of mutants took cover behind broken trees nearby. As they started to shoot back, James wrapped Lilith up and felt several bullets strike him. "Return fire!" Milo shouted, pointing right at the line and shooting at the covered enemies. Screams of animalistic pain came from the other side as he unslung his rifle and threw it to Charlie, who caught it and began firing both weapons. James winced as more shots tore into his fast-healing flesh. Within his grasp, he heard Lilith shouting as she tried to escape his grip. Looking up, he caught sight of Milo racing on all fours right for the enemy, with nothing but pure anger written across his face. Before James could blink, the mutant fox was over the trees, right on top of where the mutants had taken refuge. More screaming came from the other side of the tree line, as James heard Milo tearing into the formation. The enemy's gunshots stopped as James willed his back to reform. Opening his arms and letting Lilith go, He took a deep breath as he felt the magic bullets roll out of his back. It didn't hurt, but it definitely felt wrong. "Lilith!" Mace yelled, running over and grabbing his girlfriend before taking cover behind rubble nearby. "I'm fine!" Lilith yelled back as Charlie started to scream like a crazy person, still duo-wielding and firing madly at anything that moved. Standing up straight, James brushed himself off as he heard the surviving enemies scatter in all directions. Looking over at Charlie, he watched as the young man's guns ran out of ammo before reaching over and slowly pushing the barrels down. Thankfully, Charlie didn't resist as Milo finished off the last bunkered enemy. "We're clear," the Fox Mutant said, panting heavily as he stumbled over, wiping something red off the end of his snout. "Nice work, Milo," James said, looking around. "Surprised they didn't have more troops. They knew we were in there, didn't they?" "They likely didn't know which entrance we'd come out of," Milo pointed out, pulling out a rag from his pocket and wiping off his face. "We should move before anyone else arrives." Something caught James's eye. Stepping away as Milo tapped Charlie's shoulder, he approached a dead mutant on the ground nearby. Around its head, he spotted the creature's aura, wrapped tightly beneath those same red claws. James shook his head. No freedom for these creatures, even in death. "I know where we are. If we fight smart, we should reach the focal point in about 20 minutes, Milo announced, approaching James again. "Ready to move, Mr. President?" "Give me a second," James said, leaning down and reaching for the dead mutant's aura. He felt contact with the red claws once more, their scaly flesh twitching unnaturally as it tightened its grip. Grunting, James pulled his own claws back and aimed for the red phantom's skin. With swift precision, James felt his fingered daggers rip into the ghostly flesh. Convulsing, they suddenly pulled back, leaving the dormant aura behind. As it did, the distant sound of a terrible roar filled his mind. "What was that?" Milo asked, coming over with his rifle at the ready. "Is he here too?" "You heard that too?" James asked, checking their surroundings. "Lilith, put the gun down," Mace said, clearly at the end of his rope, as his girlfriend hurried to cock a gun she'd picked up. "Baby, shut up," Lilith responded, giving Mace her new weapon. "Also, please fix my gun. I love you." "Hey guys," James asked, drawing everyone's attention. "Do me a favor and just stay put. For a second." "Why?" Charlie asked as James started to walk away. Reaching the ridge Milo had attacked, James peered over at what was left. Shuddering at the effective work Milo had done, he tried not to gag as he searched the bodies for any that might still be alive. "Lord Syrian?" a voice asked from within the bushes. Slowly looking up, James came face to face with the coolest-looking mutant he'd ever seen. Emerging from the bushes was a small squad of 4, all armed to the teeth with weapons and black tactical gear, far more advanced than anything the troops they'd faced so far had carried. If not for their obviously mutated silhouettes, James would have assumed a few SWAT troopers had come to save them. One of them, a crow mutant with 4 wings coming out of her back, walked towards him with her rifle pointed at the sky. "Is that really you, my lord?" she asked. As she did, the massive bison mutant beside her snorted. "Pleased to see you alive, master. We knew the reports were exaggerated." Fighting these guys was going to suck. They all had to be sporting plates beneath their vests and helmets. Maybe a steady fire blast would be enough to discombobulate them, at least long enough for everyone else to find cover. Looking above the tactical mutants, James saw their auras being gripped tightly by red claws. An idea suddenly came to his mind. "They're not going to let you." He still had to try. These had to have been people once, too. Americans. Maybe they didn't have to fight all the way to the dragon. Maybe they could collect new troops instead. "Hold still," James said in the troll's deep voice. Reaching up above the Raven girl's head, without giving them a chance to question him, he grabbed the red ghostly claws and tore them off her aura. As he did, the mutant groaned and fell to her knees. "What? I can't!" the Raven mumbled loudly, grabbing the sides of her head. "What have you done?" "They don't want to be free," You aren't helping them. Shut up, James said, looking at the shocked bison mutant. You're next. The bison responded by pointing his rifle right at James and shaking his head. The scent of fear began pouring off him as the other two mutants looked frantically between them. Ignoring the gun, James walked around the raven mutant and started to reach for his next target. Not an inch closer, the bison shouted, his knees nearly buckling beneath him. Mr. President, Milo yelled, coming over the ridge and spotting the tactical mutants. Sir! Chill, Milo, James yelled, holding a claw up before he could start shooting. I'm freeing them. Milo? The bison asked, looking at the fox mutant. Where are your brothers? Mac? Milo asked, looking from the bison to the now crying raven mutant, still on her knees. Carmina? Is that you? The raven mutant choked out, staring blankly ahead and shaking her head. It's so quiet now. Mac, wait, Milo said, running over and holding his paws up, as the bison and the other mutants pointed their weapons at him. Everyone, please listen to us. The president can help you. The what? Mac asked, his ears twitching. America doesn't have a president anymore. Yes, we do, Milo said, stepping between James and the barrel of the bison's rifle. And he can pardon us from the curse. He saved me. He can save you too. As Milo spoke, James saw fear grow in the eyes of the mutants before them. He could almost taste their terror as he saw the red claws clench around their auras. You betrayed us, Milo? The bison asked in disbelief. The former three-headed fox shook his head and tried to step closer. No, James gave me my freedom back. Not any closer, the bison shouted, aiming his weapon right between Milo's eyebrows. In response, Milo raised his arms as the bison drew closer to him, using his free hand to point at James. Bind him. We're going back to Central Command. Someone check Carmina, he ordered. Look, James said, holding his claws out and peeking over at Milo's head. We don't have to fight. The dragon doesn't care about you guys. He just wanted your blood so he could make more trolls. Shut up! Mac yelled, getting closer to Milo and putting the barrel of his gun right against the fox mutant's head. James! Charlie yelled, coming up over the ridge with the others. As soon as they saw the mutants, James watched them point their weapons their way. Let them go! Not another step or we'll shoot, the bison said loudly, poking Milo's head with his gun. I mean it! Put your weapons down or your friends are dead. Everyone calm down, James roared, making the ground shake and making the mutants jump. I'm trying to save you guys here. Just let me help you. Stay back, the bison mutant yelled again, poking Milo with his rifle. I mean it. I'll shoot him and then you. Mac, please, Milo said quietly as everyone kept their weapons pointed at one another. The tension in the air was so heavy, it felt like everyone was about to come crashing down. Before anyone could fire a shot, the raven mutant forced herself to her feet. Stumbling over, she put herself between Milo and the tip of Mac's gun, as tears dripped down the sides of her beak. Carmina? The bison asked. The raven shook her head, reaching up and taking her helmet off. Mac, she said, watching the bison carefully. As she did, the tension in the air started to fade. James saw the fire in the bison's eyes start to die. He watched as he began to pull back his rifle, even as the red claws tried to tighten their grip over him. Soon enough, the others followed suit, lowering their weapons as Milo quietly put his knife away. The big bison mutant snorted before walking right up to James. Can you really free us? He asked. You're going to regret this. James stood up straight and cleared his throat. Anything to ruin that stupid dragon's day. Chapter 7. The Battle Begins. Swarms of evil creatures covered the ruins of Washington, D.C. Fires and trash coated every inch of pavement. Small, goblin-like creatures skittered over dead bodies, each one carving whatever brought them sick pleasure into every surface they could find. Mutants of every size, shape, and color laughed while lounging in old monuments and broken buildings, feasting on the stolen food they'd found inside the many restaurants. Other monsters under the dragon's control joined them. bringing the former capital city to a new low as pollutants leaked into the broken sewers below. Gunshots would break out every so often. Fights were common among the dragon's army. Those in charge rarely stopped them. So what if the animals beneath them wanted to scuffle? They would quickly be replaced. As the days had worn on, the food soon became scarce. Anything that could be eaten was, as each day brought new recruits who'd given the dragon their blood. Rows and rows of the desperate, the lonely, and hopeless all wandered in through the open borders of the ruined city, all mutating into new creatures in the dragon's army. It never took them long to fall into line. All the while, a horrible monster slept peacefully within the remains of the White House. Its body was completely hidden beneath the piles of rubble, which it had burrowed into like a giant tick. With every moment that passed, it felt its strength grow as more and more people gave up and made their wishes, offering more and more in exchange for whatever it was they wanted. Of course, it never lasted long, but he wasn't about to let anyone know. As the dragon slept within the bones of where the most powerful people in the nation had lived, he ignored the prayers and begging of his followers. The many mutants under his control all fought or served till their dying breath across the nation. He could see them bleeding into every corner of the country, some full of regret as their bodies morphed into monsters before their loved ones' eyes, while others suffered alone. Tears were shed across the 50 states as so many realized far too late the mistake they'd made. It made the dragon want to roar with laughter. Humans, elves, fairies, dwarves, mermaids, it didn't matter what race the American was. All of them were just as easy to fool if he prompted them correctly. A little whisper here, a dream there. That was usually all it took to get someone to break. Some found the strength to resist, but those were few and far between. Unless that person happened to be named James Rita. The thought of that thorn in the dragon's side made it growl in its slumber. What a mess the Otherworlder had turned out to be, despite all the planning and effort he'd put into causing America's collapse. Not even his favorite troll, Syrian, had been enough to put the boy down for good. Of course, the fact that the White House had kept a body-switching device on hand, in case of emergencies, hadn't crossed his mind. So maybe it wasn't worth getting too upset over. After all, even with their supposed trump card, no matter what they did at this point, one absolute truth would always remain. He, the great and terrible blood dragon, had finally succeeded in conquering America. The one nation in Earth's history to ever dare stand against him had finally fallen under his control. Now it didn't matter what happened. The creatures that called America home were too busy living their meaningless lives or making wishes to actually stand a chance against him. And if he ever ran low on mutants to throw around, all he had to do was wait a day. So what if James, who called himself the president, had figured out how to remove his full influence over a mutant? The boy couldn't give them all their freedom back, not when so many were willing to give it up in the first place. And even if they did, what did it matter? Let the people contend across the country. When the dust settled, as it always did, he would remain. Then he'd get up and establish the kind of leadership he wanted. For now, it was time for a good, long rest. Settling further beneath the rubble, the dragon smiled to himself as he thought about how satisfying it would be to burn everything to the ground. Hopefully, she would still be around to witness it. Chapter 8. My State of Mind. Pillars of dirt and ash spewed up into the clouds across the capital. Flying the IG through the sky, Anna Sophia clenched the controls as she scanned the landscape, trying to spot the meeting place. Miss Houston stayed silent beside her as they flew through a smoke cloud, revealing craters dotting the land around the World War II memorial below. It looked like a giant monster had stampeded its way across the area. "Getting close, Madam Vice President," the sergeant said, studying the digital map from a nearby panel. 3 clicks north. "Understood," Anna Sophia said, looking at some of her instruments around her head. Something flashed beneath them on the ground, sending rubble and dirt high into the air as they continued to fly. Without saying anything, Anna Sophia prayed that the only people left below were fighters. "We're here," Anna Sophia said, watching the ground through the IG's cameras. She felt her chest fill with hope as she saw the meeting place still standing. "I'm putting her down behind it," Anna Sophia announced as she carefully maneuvered the iron golem, the jets of its magic-fueled boosters making the dirt below into gray and brown clouds as its feet touched down. The ground shook as the large machine lowered itself onto its knees, the hatch door on its chest quickly opening as Anna Sophia led Miss Houston, the sergeant, and Mark the polar bear right out. "Is everyone waiting for us?" Anna Sophia asked, not looking back. "Only those we could find," Miss Houston said, hiding her smile as she carefully watched the vice president stride into the structure. Mark, the polar bear, growled as they approached a makeshift meeting table, making some of the human soldiers wince until someone stepped between them, wearing a heavily damaged military helmet. "Sorry, ma'am," the sergeant said, looking over the group. "I need to verify your identity." Anna Sophia looked at the soldier carefully before taking a deep breath. She could see the auras of nearby soldiers, all hidden from view as the men at the meeting table stopped talking. She could almost feel Miss Houston's breath on her neck, no doubt wondering what the now proud vice president would say to this poor sentry. Thinking quickly, she reached into her pocket and offered him the American flag pin that had once sat comfortably on her suit jacket. Watching him take the pin, she waited as he squinted back at her. "What's with the polar bear?" he asked, getting a growl from Mark. Gently taking the American flag pin back, Anna Sophia returned it to her pocket as she responded. "He's all I have left," she said, waiting as the sergeant stepped up behind her. Tuning out whatever he whispered to the soldier, Anna Sophia caught herself before she could look back at Miss Houston for approval. She didn't need her right now. All she needed was to organize their forces until the president got here. Hopefully, they wouldn't have to wait long. Hopefully, he got the message and was on his way. Hopefully, they didn't die before he got here. Hope was just about all they had, and it would have to be enough. Stepping away from the soldier, the sergeant nodded once as the man moved to the side. With that, Anna Sophia walked right up to the meeting table as filthy men and women all stared back at her, most leaning on their weapons for support. "Is this all we have?" she asked. "Not even close," a familiar voice said, drawing her attention as a man in a torn military jacket joined them. "We're expecting a lot of help here in the next couple of hours, all thanks to a certain someone's viral plea for help." Smiling at the man, Anna Sophia walked over and gave him a hug as he stated attention. As she did, she waved her hand behind her to stop Mark from growling. Thankfully, the large polar bear stayed by the sergeant's side, and as she finished her hug, Mr. Russo took a deep breath and saluted her. "Not going to run off on us this time, ma'am?" he asked. A few gasps arose from the people standing behind them. Anna Sophia smiled. "I run towards the fighting, not away from it." The former head of Homeland Security nodded as nearby gunfire drew his attention briefly. "Our forces are scattered, but we're disrupting the enemy as much as possible." Briefly nodding back at Miss Houston, the man pointed at the hand-drawn map of DC scribbled across the table. "At this point, the enemy is fighting itself as much as they're fighting us. You have a plan, ma'am?" "I think I do." With that, she looked over the map to where the ruins of the White House had been outlined, combing some orange hair out of her face. Pointing at it, she looked around the table as more Americans began to crowd around her. "Our target is the dragon itself," she declared, watching the faces of everyone around her as the sergeant stood closely beside Mark. "The mutants are just here to get in our way. We need to get around them and exploit our enemy while he's gathering more blood magic." "If it were that easy," Miss Houston said, rubbing her eyes, "we would have already won." "How, ma'am?" someone asked. "We don't have any air support." "Everyone listen," Anna Sophia said, waving her hands. "Our fellow Americans have heard the call and are coming. We need to set up our forces so we can direct their attacks in the field." She paused, looking at Mr. Russo. "I know we're already spread thin, but I want us to stay that way. Don't give the enemy any chance to catch us all. Thoughts?" "We can't direct a mass of untrained civilians," one of the generals pointed out. "The dragon's forces are essentially a hive mind, and he can throw thousands of them at us whenever we try and make a move. It doesn't matter how many he throws our way, Anna Sophia said, pointing at the door. We've got enough bullets and spells to flatten the purple mountains themselves. Civvies or not, we're going to have to do the best we can with what we've got. Besides, Anna Sophia paused, looking from the map to the people around her. I don't need to remind you all that the real threat here is the trolls. At the mention of the dragon's elite, everyone seemed to look down. Though no one said it, there was a good chance someone in this room was a troll in disguise, and there was nothing they could do about it. We can't fight trolls, Madam Vice President, someone pointed out. Mr. Russo stepped forward. We don't have a choice. And thankfully for us, they seem to be less concerned with staying hidden since the White House fell. But we don't have much that can damage them. Even if we did, a Secret Service slime in a black vest said, looking at Anna Sophia. It might be better to retreat and wait for the enemy to make a move. If we go on the offensive like this, we could lose. We've already lost, Anna Sophia interrupted, looking around. We've lost everything to this beast. Our capital, our structure, our friends and family. She stopped, looking at the ground as memories of the innocent and fallen filled her mind. Their sacrifices wouldn't be in vain. Not now, not ever. It's time to put our enemy on the defensive. How? Someone asked. For the first time in a while, Anna Sophia felt a genuine smile start to form on her lips. Leaning away from the table, she ignored the pain from her injuries as her single wing beat the air behind her. Take a page out of history. American history, to be precise. Chapter 9. A President's Duty. James felt the strength in his body increasing as they moved through the ruins of the Capitol. Every step he took further into the ruins of what had once been the nation's heart strangely filled him with renewed strength. It felt like someone was rubbing his shoulders from behind, whispering words of encouragement into his ear as they walked over spilled garbage and burnt away cars. He couldn't help but shake his head at it all as they tried to avoid nearby gunfire. Despite the apocalyptic state of the world around him, James couldn't help but think about how cliché this was. Here he stood, his troll body capable of some incredible power that also belonged to his enemy, which he would inevitably use to defeat him. It sounded so cliché, yet so in line with the weird logic of this other world. The thought almost made James stop following Milo and Carmina, stopping only as he realized he'd wandered into the middle of a broken street. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any other mutants around, and it didn't take him long to walk back over to the others. Before Lilith could ask him what he'd been doing, he waved Milo on before pulling on the ends of his sleeves. Trying to distract himself, he thought back to the first day he'd spent in this crazy world, and how confused he'd been by everyone and everything. The suddenness of his new position, the revelation that magic and other worlds were real, his tours around the White House, it all felt like it had been years ago, despite it only being a few weeks. So much had changed since then, and on top of it all, he still had a dragon to slay. Looking behind him at Mason and Lilith, he noticed how tightly they were holding each other's hands as they kept pace beside Mac. James realized that their lives, their futures, every achievement they'd ever made could all be over soon if he made any more stupid mistakes. Shifting his gaze over to Charlie, he thought about what they'd said to one another before leaving the top of the underground Mount Rushmore. It was because of James that they were all here, and now they were stalking their way through an actual war zone, all in the vain hope that they could find one of the few people who could send them back. What if they got ambushed on the way home, or worse, mistaken for enemies by American forces? He may have been bulletproof, but the others? James shut his eyes and kept walking. He couldn't give that any attention. That wasn't going to happen. He was going to make sure of it. Besides, this wasn't some gritty war film. It was a fantasy isekai that the universe thought he should be a part of. They were going to link up with Anna Sophia or Miss Houston, and everything would be taken care of before anyone else died. They would get Charlie, Mace, and Lilith back home. Then, and only then, would he find and slay that dragon. Whoa, guys, Lilith said suddenly, making the group stop walking. You hear that? Looking at James, her eyes conveyed only fear. That sounded close. I didn't do it, Mace said, half joking. Lilith tried to nudge him as two of the Special Forces mutants chuckled nearby, right as the screaming started. "We should keep moving," Milo said from the front of the group. "Miss Lilith, you wouldn't happen to still be in contact with the Vice President, would you?" "Nope, and she better not come back." "That's helpful," James said, rolling his eyes before looking ahead. "Let's keep going. Remember, if we run into any mutants, you guys captured us, and the opposite if we run into humans." "Speaking of which," Max said, stepping up to James, "you might be better off altering your appearance. Never heard of someone capturing a troll." "Good point," James admitted, focusing and turning back into Mrs. Pierce. As he did, he pushed his curly hair behind his shoulders before nearly twisting his ankle on the high heels her body came with. "Sorry, one sec," James said in Mrs. Pierce's voice, as he made his shoes morph into hiking boots. "No rush, it's just the end of the world," Charlie said, smiling from the side. Giving him a look, James took a deep breath and started following him and Carmina again as Milo pulled out one of their stolen radios. "Lilfark spawned. This is top priority. Air it counts." The radio cut in and out. "So, what are we going to do if there's more than 10 monster guys?" Mace asked, looking at Mac. "No offense." The Buffalo mutant snorted and held up his rifle. "Shoot first, therapy later." Lilith chuckled nervously. "Nice plan," Mace said, holding his own weapon a little closer as he combed a few strands of black hair out of his eyes. "I still think we're all going to die." "Everybody does eventually," Max said, snorting some air out through his bison nostrils. "Why not for something rather than live for nothing?" "Yeah, but," Mace muttered, looking at him, "dead guys can't eat pizza." "Mutants," Milo said from the front, drawing everyone's attention. As quickly as possible, the humans all got in the middle of the group as they handed any weapons they had to Mac and his squad. At just the right time, James saw a small squad of mutants walking in formation come into view. "No one says a word," Milo said quietly, leading the group from the front as the troops marched right past them. The humans kept their heads down as the enemy squad shuffled by, the stench of sweat and roadkill filling their nostrils as the creatures snarled and hissed in their direction. One of the mutants barked a few times at Mace, making the young man jump just before Mac grabbed his neck and threw him to the ground. "Stay in line," the large brown mutant yelled, pointing his gun right at Mace's head. "No, please!" Lilith screamed, jumping on Mace and hugging him as he tried to get up. As the scene unfolded, James dared look at the mutants walking past them, as something started eating at the back of his mind. It felt like someone was starting to play drums right against the back of his skull, the sound getting faster as he tried to shake the sensation off. "Get up!" Carmina cawed, grabbing Lilith and Mace and dragging them to the front, as James reached up to his head. "Step out of line, and we'll go for flying lessons." Some of the mutants barked or hissed in response as they marched away, soon leaving the group behind. The terrible stink of their wet fur thankfully went with them, allowing Charlie to take a deep breath as soon as they were out of view. "For Pete's sake, dude," Mace grumbled to the bison mutant, standing up and rubbing his neck. "Be gentler next time." "No," Max said, smiling. "Wait," Milo said, pushing his way to the middle of the group and looking around. "What's up?" Charlie asked, following his gaze. The fur on the back of Milo's neck stood up as he frantically stared across the ruined landscape. After a moment of searching, his eyes came to rest on Carmina, who put a wing on his shoulder. "Did anyone see him?" Milo asked her. "See who?" Mac asked. "The president," Milo said, raising his arms in disbelief. "Where's James?" Chapter 10. Time to Panic. Vroom! Flames and green bullets flew overhead as the laughter of mutants filled the scorched open air of DC. Dirt sprayed across smashed car hoods as mutants took aim at fleeing people seeking refuge in nearby buildings. With a single shot, the monsters happily blew the side of the building apart as missiles continued to fall all around them. "Check the rubble!" a koala mutant screamed, tearing broken bricks aside and revealing a dead woman beneath. "Take what you can to the blood pools!" "Move, scum!" a rabbit mutant shouted into his radio. "Put more ordnances over..." Boom! An explosion sent him flying back as his rifle clattered to the ground. A wolf mutant scurried over and grabbed it, holding it over his head and howling as the forces of the dragon slowly surged ahead, taking every life they could. "Rosie!" Someone screamed as they dragged a comrade past a broken statue of a founding father. "Rosie, wake up!" "Grab him!" someone yelled. Death crawled its way across the land. The Battle of DC hadn't slowed down much since the initial attack, and one look at the surrounding city made that abundantly clear. Bloodstains coated the inside of destroyed vehicles. Trash of every kind blew through the wind as shattered brick walkways and splintered old homes covered once busy roads in debris. As fire crunched and crackled amidst the smoldering remains of a tank, a fleeing man and his daughter tried to avoid everything as enemies scurried along, tearing through anyone they could with glee. The father hid behind a broken fence, his black shirt torn as his daughter cried in his arms. Listening as mutants ran around nearby, he waited for an opening before trying to move on. His foot caught the body of a fallen soldier, sending him and the little girl tumbling to the dirty sidewalk. He felt the wind get knocked out of him as he tried to shield his little person from harm. "Who's shooting?" one of the creatures yelled as the growling and howling of the enemy grew ever closer. The father staggered to his feet, trying to run as he heard a mutant leap over the broken fence nearby. "Grab that one!" Something with no eyes shouted as bullets flew next to the father's head. Without looking back, he heard something racing towards him from behind. It reached for his back, its claws millimeters away from piercing his torn shirt. Crack! Focused fire rang out across the battlefield as the mutant fell dead behind them. The father didn't stop, running as fast as he could while holding his daughter. The dragon's slaves started to fall behind them in droves as mortar fire fell across the street. Keeping his head down, the father leapt into a nearby crater as more gunshots came from nearby. "We're getting flanked!" a mutant shouted. Hunkering over the little girl, the father held onto her as blood dripped from a gash in his shoulder. He watched the scarlet liquid drip onto his little girl's hand. Her crying filled his ears as a nearby mutant squid tumbled into the crater, splashing into the puddle at the bottom. "I will save you both." The man froze, the voice clearer than it had ever been in the back of his mind. His eyes twitched as he looked at his own blood, still dripping from his wound. Reaching over with his spare hand, he touched the scarlet droplets as everything seemed to fade around him. Words started to fill his mind, words that he'd sworn he'd never say. "By this life's blood," he started to say, his daughter's tears washing down her face. His blood began to boil against his fingertips, floating in the air before him. My wish I seek. Please grant to me." The man stopped talking, looking to the sky as he spoke the final line. "For which I bleed." The man's blood disappeared from his fingers. The world around him quieted down, his pain fading instantly as he stood up, the world changing into a void of red waterfalls. Looking at his hands, he realized his daughter had vanished completely. "Okay, please state your name and your wish," a creature said from behind. The man spun around, gasping as his eyes came to rest on the most bizarrely beautiful lizard woman he'd ever seen, sitting behind an office desk looking back at him. Her tongue flickered out from between her lips as she stared back, not blinking as she motioned to the chair in front of her. The father took a look around at the void, unsure what to do. Had he really done the one thing he knew he wasn't supposed to do? In the middle of a war zone, no less? Where was his daughter? Had she been pulled to safety as well? "Sir, the sooner you complete your contract," the red woman hissed, her yellow suit making an odd sound as she rolled back her shoulders. "The sooner you can be reunited with your loved ones. Just please, take your seat." The man stared back at the monster before him. After a moment or two, he finally sat down before her, keeping his hands in his lap. "Once again, name and wish, please," the lizard lady said, sounding bored. The man stared back at her for a moment, still unsure if any of this was real. Clearing his throat, he looked around before opening his mouth. Terry O'Brien. Sighing, the lizard lady turned to a computer on her side of the desk, typing something on her keyboard before looking back at him. After another moment of silence, Terry realized what he'd left out. I wanted to, escape with my daughter, he said, tapping his foot nervously as the red lizard lady typed something else on her keyboard. Is that all? She asked, looking into his eyes. Yeah, Terry said, anxiety welling up within his chest. Hey, who are you? Is this legit? Please hold your questions for the end of the interview, the red lizard lady said, finishing whatever it was she was typing as something started to come out of the printer behind her. Rolling back in her seat, she leaned over and picked the paper out of the top of it before placing it on the desk before him. Please sign and date at the bottom, she said, setting something else on the table next to him. Terry stared in shock. Beside the contract form and pen stood a small vial of red liquid. It bubbled and popped within the glass, making him shudder as his gaze fell on the brown pen beside the paper. Picking it up, he looked down at the bottom of the contract, where a dotted line seemed to call his name. Trying to read the words around it, he felt his gaze growing blurrier as that familiar voice returned. Sign it. Is there a problem, sir? The red lizard lady asked, checking her wristwatch. No, I got it, Terry muttered, looking down at the bottom of the page. With a shaky hand, he reached over and signed his name over the dotted line. As soon as he finished, he felt the pen and contract melt away before him. Kicking the chair back, Terry stood back in fear as he watched the desk and the red lizard lady also melt away into the pools of red around him. The sounds of the waterfalls growing louder as the area began to fill up. Welcome to the winning side, Terry. The red place faded from view, soon being replaced by a familiar place. The smell of his old apartment back in Virginia flooded his senses, all while the pain in his shoulder finally stopped aching. Someone called Terry's name. Sitting up, he scanned his surroundings until he spotted his daughter nearby, staring back at him in shock from the corner of the room. Terry tried to call her name, but her voice got stuck in his throat as the bedroom door flew open. Shouting filled the room. Terry heard his daughter crying as someone ran over, scooping her up and running out as something clicked nearby. Looking down at his hands, Terry recognized the slimy skin of a snail covering his body. Watching in terror, he felt his human form changing, mutating into something new as his eyes extended from the front of his face. As they did, he heard someone shout nearby. Turning to his left, Terry came face to face with the end of a shotgun. Looking at the person holding it, Terry recognized the face of his brother. Why'd you do it, Ter? Get to the line, Anna Sophia called, pushing a group of surviving humans away from a broken hot dog stand. Keep your heads down! The people didn't argue, quickly stumbling away in the direction she was pointing. Watching them go, Anna Sophia spotted a break in the line of mutants no more than 30 yards ahead of them. Why weren't they filling that hole? She wondered, watching as they started shooting at a group of soldiers nearby. Ducking for cover behind an overturned car, she listened as someone screamed nearby. Her radio crackled with activity as splinter cells of troops all begged for mortar fire. Pulling up her gun, she leaned around her cover and fired a few shots at the mutant line. Spotting her, the mutants pointed and shot back, bullets rolling off the vehicle's scorched frame. Swallowing her fear, Anna Sophia waited as she heard a familiar roar. The cries of the mutants lasted all of 3 seconds as something big lumbered over to her hiding spot. Taking a deep breath, Anna Sophia turned her head and came face to face with the polar bear. Did you get him? She asked it. Mark huffed in her face, blowing some of her hair back. Before either of them could do anything, more gunfire hit the car above their heads. Hitting the ground, Anna Sophia heard Mark snap around, roaring again and charging a small group of goblins nearby. He was proving to be the most useful against the enemy, despite Anna Sophia still not being sure he was entirely on their side. A sickening splat came from nearby as she dared look over in Mark's direction. She watched him bring his massive claws down on something that turned into a green puddle as he tore into it. Her radio suddenly crackled again, her call sign ringing in her ears as she struggled to get up. Foggy Bottom is being overrun. Repeat, is anyone nearby? Mark, fall back, Anna Sophia called, running towards a street sign that said Virginia Avenue. Can I get a ride? Anna asked as Mark ran over, huffing as he blew through an open car door, the force bending it in the wrong direction as his black eyes stayed focused on the road ahead. Taking it as a yes, Anna Sophia leapt onto Mark's back. Swinging her legs around, she leaned forward and held onto the polar bear's shoulders as they raced through the trash-covered city. Thankfully, the Watergate complex was still under Capitol control as they ran by, surging through Juarez Circle and up 25th Street as the carnage came into view. American soldiers and armed civilians were trying to drag the dead and wounded away as more and more mutants jumped onto cars and over barricades while firing madly. Luckily, it seemed that mutating into humanoid animals hadn't given any of the enemy perfect aim, as most of their shots failed to find their targets. Urging Mark on, Anna Sophia pushed off his back and landed on the ground with a thud. Tumbling across the road, she felt the cracked asphalt beneath her back and shoulders as she heard her mutated fiancé getting to work nearby. Polar bear! Someone shouted, though Anna couldn't tell if it was friend or foe. Struggling to get back up, she forced herself to make her way towards the human line, where a familiar face hid behind the corner of a line of homes. That's our Mark, right, ma'am? A soldier named Williams asked, helping Anna around the corner. Yes, are we missing anyone? She asked, looking around as the scattered bundle of mostly regular people and a couple of soldiers, all looking real tired and scared. Quite a few, Madam Vice President, Williams said, leaning around the corner of the house and shooting a pigeon mutant right before it could throw a grenade at him. The explosion that came made everyone duck behind cover, even as Mark continued his onslaught nearby. Anyone here have a radio? William asked, pulling out a blue handkerchief and wiping the sweat off his head and pointed ears. Mine's almost dead, Anna Sophia said, peeking around the corner as Mark started to trot over. He's with us! Don't shoot him! Williams yelled, watching as Mark joined him and Anna Sophia behind the house. Everything about this seemed more and more scuffed by the second, and Anna Sophia knew they needed a plan or everyone was going to scatter. How are we doing? The sergeant asked, coming out of a nearby side door. Oh, we're just dandy, Sergeant, Williams said, barely hiding his sarcasm. You wouldn't happen to have a tank on you, would you? Ma'am, the sergeant said, nodding to Anna Sophia as he slid his combat knife into its holster on his chest. No sign of any trolls. Enemies are scattering across the area. Without a word, Anna made eye contact with Mark. Looking into his black eyes, she saw a hint of concern. Rubbing her arm, she offered a nod before responding. Let's hit them again. Hard. Looking at Williams, she pointed at a shot-up street sign nearby. Will you take your people up 24th? Last I heard, Allen had set up a good defense line at Rock Creek. Won't be far. Better than getting run down here. Are you three coming with? Williams asked. The sergeant looked at Anna Sophia before shaking his head. We've got something else on our plate. Thankfully, neither Williams nor any of the American soldiers around him asked for details. Instead, Anna Sophia saw the soldier nod once before walking around the corner and urging his men to follow him. Not long after, all of them were gone, leaving only Anna Sophia, Mark, the sergeant, and the dead. Turning to her bodyguard, the vice president rolled her shoulder back as nearby gunfire filled the air. Where we needed next, she asked him. Ma'am, the sergeant said, watching her intensely. Anna Sophia tensed up. What is it? She waited for the reminder that she didn't have to be here, for the words of caution or the strong opinion that she needed to rest and let the soldiers fight, while she focused on leading and healing. Instead, she heard the grizzled old warrior sigh as she peeked around the corner and fired a few more shots at some advancing gargoyles. Take Pennsylvania Avenue. Relief washed over Anna Sophia's back as she looked back to thank her loyal bodyguard. However, when she did, no one was standing there beside her. Only she and Mark remained as more gunfire began to go off nearby. With a gentle nod, she holstered her weapon before leaning down and tapping on Mark's side. The polar bear didn't need to be told twice. Once back on the polar bear's shoulders, Anna Sophia braced herself as Mark took off into a nearby destroyed townhome, smashing into the doorway and over open luggage stacked by the front door. Together they raced away, neither stopping for any reason, as they soon found the highway the sergeant had mentioned. Blowing past abandoned cars, Anna Sophia and Mark avoided the pockets of enemy forces as the fighting continued all around them. She felt her radio vibrating within its pocket, whatever words being shared sounding sharp and desperate. Wait, stop, Anna Sophia said suddenly, getting Mark to come to a halt at the intersection of Pennsylvania Avenue and 17th Street. There, just a few clicks from where they stood, were the charred ruins of the White House, and just over the top of them, red wings were draped over the broken remains of the once beautiful building of authority. We're heading for the target now, Anna said into her radio. Wait for backup. Ignoring the request, Anna Sophia urged Mark on. Not wasting a single second, the polar bear took her away from the roads and straight towards the ruins of the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. Racing through broken archways and destroyed offices, they stopped just before West Executive Avenue, as the beast's spiky frame was clearly visible over the crumbled walls and shattered front fencing. The closer they got to their foe, the hotter the air around them became. Mark, Anna Sophia said, tapping the polar bear's shoulder. Wait for me. The polar bear stopped and reared back on his hind legs, roaring like a monster as Anna Sophia slid off his back and ran across the street. As Mark began to cause a fuss among some unfortunate mutants nearby, she slid between the crunched remains of the West Wing before ducking into a nearby crater. After listening for nearby enemies, she clawed her way out and made her way between broken white stones. No more than a few yards ahead lay the beast. It did not move, nor did it acknowledge all the suffering that filled the streets of Washington, D.C. around it. Instead, all it did was sleep. Why shouldn't it? Anna Sophia thought. It had already won. There was no point in getting directly involved anymore. America had been torn to shreds, its broken body tossed aside as a new leadership stood atop its ashes. With no direct way of harming it, the dragon stayed asleep atop the greatest treasure trove it could ever hope to call its own, America's corpse. Of course, it chose now to sleep. Why should it worry? When every hour more and more people rushed to its ranks? No reason, Anna Sophia said, holding her hand out as a massive fireball began to grow from within it. Except for me. Zoom! The fireball ripped through the air like a meteorite. A trail of red light lit up her face as it streaked towards her foe, wisps of orange specks flickering away as the creature refused to move. Wake up, you worm! Anna Sophia yelled, watching the fireball reach its target. Shattering against the dragon's scales, she watched as it continued to lie there, eyes shut tight, as its breathing remained as rhythmic as a peaceful song. Nothing. The attack hadn't moved it an inch, and now every mutant in the whole capital knew exactly where she was. Chapter 11. The Truth. Fiery air began to choke the life out of James. Opening his eyes, he felt the sting of heat against his face, as though he was standing in front of a running furnace in summer. Squinting through the heat, he felt something big push into his right shoulder. Cheering began to fill his ears as he combed Miss Pierce's hair out of his face. Another bump came, nearly sending him into the creature on his left. Stabilizing himself, he looked to his right at his aggressor and nearly choked on his own breath. "All hail the king!" the troll screamed, clapping like a maniac before jumping up and down. "All hail the great dragon!" Another troll screamed from James's left. America is yours! I'll hail the king! Dragon! 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 The world is yours! James covered his human ears, the weight of the screams making his head ache. Before he could turn and run, he felt claws tap his shoulder. Looking behind him, he saw another troll grinning at him as smoke trailed out of his nostrils. Hey, why are you human? Be yourself! The blue troll growled, his whiskers flapping against the scales covering his nose. James felt all the blood drain out of his head and hands. Looking around rapidly, he saw trolls on every side, filling every seat and cheering wildly within what looked like an underground football stadium, except the walls and ceiling were a familiar shade of red. Hey, the blue troll said, slapping James on the back. Come on, change back! Before he could respond, James watched the lights suddenly dim. As they did, somehow the cheering got even louder as spotlights fell over the center of the stadium. Using his troll vision, James focused on center field and spied the skewed skeletons of humans, dwarves, elves, mermaids, and other humanoids he didn't recognize, all crudely displayed on black spikes that came up through the ground. Smoke began to rise from a hidden platform beneath the ground, covering the field as trolls began to jump and shout, making the entire stadium shake. Here he comes! Some troll screamed, jumping into the air and transforming into a bat-like creature. Several other trolls followed suit, leaping up and flying towards the center. Circling the ground where the smoke originated, wind from their flight spread the gray smog out thinly, revealing something big coming up through the floor far below. As it did, James felt something heavy begin to weigh on his mind. Two massive red horns poked up through the smoke, each one easily as big as James was in his troll form. Then the tips of two massive wings extended up into the air as the bat-like creatures eagerly wove around them. Knife-like spinal spikes stabbed into the atmosphere, lining the back of the creature as it suddenly climbed out of whatever hole it had been resting in, crushing the skewed skeletons and spikes alike as it rose to its full height. Hello, my friends. The stadium erupted in cheers. The spotlights all came to rest on the beast's chest, the beams revealing stacked plates of spiked scales that covered its underbelly like armor. As the lights climbed up the creature's thick neck, they slowly revealed the most terrifying dragon James had ever seen twice. It wore its skin so loose, like a mummy that had just crawled out of its tomb, with wide scales growing across its head and down over its eyebrows, as its fangs rested in unnatural cavities they'd carved into the creature's chin. The membrane of its wings looked more like tattered patchwork tarps than anything organic, and James could clearly see bits of bone visible through gaps in the monster's flesh. Worst of all were the eyes. The colors, they seemed to change with every twitch, the creature's gaze shifting around the area as an evil smile crossed his face. James felt them burning into his soul, even when the creature wasn't looking right at him. Clenching its fists until they hurt, it took everything he had not to run away screaming. Who's hungry? The dragon asked telepathically. More cheering arose as trolls began to blow streams of fire into the air above their heads. As they did, James saw the dragon use one of its withered arms to stir the smoke beneath its feet, revealing a bubbling pool of blood that seemed to leak out of nowhere and stretched across the bottom of the floor of the stadium. Oh no, James whispered, although he couldn't hear himself over the roars and applause. I want it! Pick me, master! Let me have a drop! The terrible dragon stood at the center of the arena on all fours, slowly closing its eyes as the cheers from the crowds echoed around it. After a moment of listening, its wings twitched as heavy smoke shot out of the ends of its nostrils. Bubbling from the blood pool now filled the arena, quickly overtaking the cheers and roaring from the hordes of well-dressed monsters around them. Before we begin, the dragon began, looking out over the crowd of its most loyal followers. I must thank you. That terrible voice shook James to his core. Darkness filled his mind as the dragon's words felt like they could break him in half. You've all been wonderful to me, the dragon said, revealing rows of blood-red teeth like the inside of a shark's mouth, faithfully hiding across the globe. I have so many donors now. It paused, lifting one of its massive claws into the air and letting buckets worth of blood trickle down onto the top of its nose. I've nearly lost count. Loud, wicked laughter erupted all around the stadium. James spotted one figure cackling so hard, his sides split open. Of course, the troll quickly reformed itself, but the image made James nearly throw up. As the shouts and support began to rise, the dragon opened its jaws as flames that looked an awful lot like the mushroom cloud of a nuke flared out from within its throat. The noise quickly overtook the crowds, each fume of fire casting great shadows across the stadium, as James had to squint to see through the bright ignition. He saw bits of fire pushing its way out through holes in the dragon's head, making its skull light up like an evil jack-o'-lantern. After a moment of letting the inferno go, the great beast closed its jaws and waited as the crowd eagerly watched it. This nation is ours. Shouts of support began to fill the air. Its people are scattered. More shouts came from the trolls standing around them. And its president. The stadium began to erupt as the dragon suddenly turned its head, its gaze landing right on James. Is here to join us. Chapter 12. To arms! Milo raced through the battlefield between foes and allies alike. It felt like everyone was shooting at him as gunfire zipped between his ears. Bursts of small projectiles flew past his limbs as firefights and hand-to-hand scuffles filled every corner of this once beautiful land. Americans and monsters alike battled for supremacy. Some seemed to fight in favor of the dragon's new regime, while others desperately clung to what had already been lost. None of it mattered to Milo. He'd been through conflict before. This was on the same wavelength as all of those other moments when death had nearly gotten hold of him. The only difference this time was that he finally had a reason to keep going, to keep trying, to keep fighting. Now, all he had to do was relocate that reason. Where are you, James? Milo thought desperately, running beneath cover with all the speed his fox legs would allow. His heart pounded against his rib cage as he heard the cries of the dying, their blood dissolving the moment it spilled from their bodies. Wisps of red mist floated high above his head as his ears fell back. The smell of death hung heavy overhead as a broken car exploded behind him. Shrapnel tore across the ground, leaving debris and smoke across Rhode Island Avenue, as a group of mutants ran up behind Milo's trail. Before they could speak, Milo heard a familiar whirling sound in the air above them. Ignoring the enemy troops, he dove into the blown-out hull of a broken semi-truck as mortars landed behind him. Dirt and ash sprayed into the atmosphere, blotting out the sun temporarily as the barrage continued. This was getting him nowhere. There had to be somewhere he could follow. Something he could do. A scent or a sound or even a puff of smoke from the president's nostrils. He couldn't have gone far. For all the incredible things trolls could do, teleportation wasn't one of them. Everybody knew teleportation was just a myth anyway, like bringing back the dead or infinite money. Besides all of that, there was no way he was going to lose him again. Not after everything they'd been able to do together. Not after he'd seen the president pardon him from the dragon's curse. Growling in frustration, Milo left his cover and jumped over a cracked concrete divider, the exposed rebar clipping his tail as he began running down the streets, surprising a small squad of human soldiers. Quickly turning their weapons on him, they fired as many bullets as they had right at his head. Not that it mattered much. Ducking beneath each blast, the world seemed to go into slow motion as Milo ran right over the humans, refusing to let anyone stop him from finding the leader of the free world. Without his brothers constantly trying to take control, Milo realized he was much faster than he'd once thought. Suddenly, Milo grabbed his head as something filled his ears. Bombs, bullets, screams, death, all of it compounded together as a high-pitched ringing began to overpower his senses. Everything started to blur as seemingly random questions overpowered his ability to reason. What if the others had already found him? What if a stray bullet landed in just the right spot? Where would the next round of mortars hit? Milo felt his breathing speed up, his wheezing growing sharp as he turned and raced away on all fours. "Fall back!" someone screamed as Milo left at full speed. As he did, the sound began to die off. His eyes searched the landscape around him vainly, looking for any signs of what could have caused such a terrible noise. Nothing caught his eye, even as bullets continued to whiz past his ears. "For the king!" a human cried, carrying a tattered dragon flag around a corner, just in time for Milo's claws to send him flying over the edge of the highway. "Traitor!" Milo spit, his eyes wild as he left the human to whatever fate had in store for him. A single shot suddenly grazed Milo's left foot, making him groan and tumble into a nearby pile of trash. Quickly catching himself, Milo growled and checked his leg. Just like with the bodies, he saw his blood disappearing as soon as it left his new wound, swirling into the air like a red mist as the bullet hole slowly began to repair itself. Gritting his teeth, Milo got back onto his feet and prepared to race off. He couldn't stop, not until he found something. Any sign of the president was all he needed, and no domestic war in the nation's capital was going to stop that. A terrific roar took Milo by surprise, setting off the car alarms of some abandoned vehicles nearby as he turned. A large, furry mess of white fur, stained red, galloped over an overturned mail truck. The creature's black eyes glazed over as it roared in fury. Almost too late, Milo realized its massive jaws were aimed at his neck. Thinking fast, Milo ducked down just as the bear crashed through a car behind him. Getting up as fast as his body would allow, he threw himself over the edge of the road just as the bear got up and shook its head. Falling back to the ground, Milo landed on the hard, broken concrete below with a thud as the massive bear followed after him, slobber flowing freely from its jaws as it landed on a broken digital speed sign with all its weight. Even as the device was crushed, the bear seemed unfazed as it strolled out on all fours towards him. Its eyes seemed to focus on Milo's throat, even as the fox mutant struggled to heal from the crushing weight of his fall. Watching his arms heal and pulling out his knife, Milo growled back at the more animal mutant and started to circle the bear. He searched its dirty fur for any weaknesses, seeing white patches between dirt and shrapnel. It didn't look like it had been worn down much by whatever else it had fought, and that made Milo want to turn and run. Until his body was finished repairing, he knew the only chance he had was to stand and stall it. "You're not gonna stop me," Milo growled, pointing his knife at the bear mutant as it roared at him. "Nothing's stopping me until I find him." The bear stood up on its back legs, towering over the fox mutant before roaring. With that, Milo rushed the bear with his knife at the ready. It charged back at him, its massive claws up and ready to rip and tear him apart. For a brief moment, they both seemed to freeze midair just before their weapons could make contact. Time slowed, allowing them both to see each other perfectly as bullets stopped midair around them. Slowly, things resumed their normal speed, and Milo felt his knife find its target. Boom! A nearby mortar sent debris spraying all over the two of them as they met. Knife dug into fur as claws and teeth tore flesh. Milo crawled over the bear, causing what damage he could to the muscular wrecking ball of hate as it bit into his hand and still damaged arm, trying to tear him limb from limb. Rolling around on the ground, Milo heard the bear growling like a monster as it tried to finish him off. Using his knife with his free claw, Milo aimed right for his opponent's exposed eye. The knife traveled through the air, its point cutting just behind the beast's eye and leaving a nasty cut. The bear roared again and let go of Milo. Rearing back on its hind legs, it reached up with a paw and held the side of its head as Milo retreated, clasping his torn arm against his chest as the pain caused him to shake. Both foes took a moment before glaring at each other. Letting his damaged arm flop to his side, Milo pointed his blade directly at the bear's chest as both of their blood vanished into the air. "This time I won't miss," Milo promised his opponent, his ears flat against the top of his head. "And when I'm done with you, I'm going to help James slay your dragon." The bear suddenly stopped, huffing as its eyes focused in on Milo. Its black marbles seemed to strain, looking deep into Milo's soul, as if wondering how well he was going to taste. It was just the opening Milo needed. As his foot finally finished healing, Milo sprang up and slashed the bear's neck with his knife. The beast roared as Milo began sprinting away, leaping over rubble as the sounds of the high-pitched noise filled his ears once more. Hopefully, he wasn't the only mutant that would experience it, and that would keep the bear from tracking him down. He heard the bear running after him, its ragged breaths filling his ears as he turned a corner and came face to face with a band of human soldiers. "Don't shoot!" Milo shouted, holding up his unbitten arm with his knife still in his hand. "I'm trying to find the president!" The human soldiers quickly started shooting, firing a spray of bullets in his direction, yet somehow missing all of them. Milo lurched to the side just as the bear reached them, swiping at him as the Americans shouted and pointed at the large mass of muscle and claws. "Now's my chance," Milo thought, shaking off the discomfort the noise was causing, and taking off just as the bear turned on the humans. Gunfire erupted as he raced away, his nose filling with the stench of ruins and death. Thankfully, whatever direction he was now going, the further he ran, the less influence the noise had over him. It took a while, but eventually Milo found himself far away from the front lines. Catching his breath, he leaned against the broken remains of a statue as the shelling continued in the distance. His target had to be nearby. This was the only direction they could have gone. Looking around his environment, Milo wondered if the mutant party had split up, or worse, realized he'd been after them. Just as this new anxiety reached him, the world around him began to look oddly familiar. Mutants began to swarm past him, shouting orders as goblins riding on ordnance flew overhead. Milo ducked and sneaked his way past a squad of mutant hippos, all of them cheering as they made their way towards battle. Taking shelter against a broken pillar, Milo caught wind of a familiar scent. It reminded him of the first assault, back when he'd first been informed that trolls were attempting to take the new president hostage. Eyes widening, Milo jumped out of cover and looked around. There, a few paces away, he spotted the ruins of the White House, just as he'd seen them the first time he'd met the president. The battlefield leading up to the ruins looked almost the same, littered with abandoned fallen IGs and enormous craters. The only difference was a giant red mass rising from the center of the White House's broken remains. All the blood in Milo's body went cold. He recognized that creature. It couldn't be. Not here, not now. As a familiar terror gripped his mind, Milo watched as the dragon rose from the middle of the Capitol building's remains, its eyes full of hatred, as something small whizzed around its head. Fire began to build from within the dragon's chest. Milo watched as its scales began to glow red, smoke bellowing out from between its many rows of teeth, as it took aim at the nuisance around it. Knowing what was coming next, Milo covered his ears as he heard a nearby mutant run over and shout at him. The flames of 1,000 wildfires bellowed out of the dragon's mouth, tearing through the sky and lighting up the entire area like a meteor shower. The force threw Milo back onto the hood of a destroyed car, shattering the windshield as the ground rumbled beneath him. Screaming filled the air as mutants began to flee. Ash rained from the sky as Milo forced himself to his feet, feeling his wounds continue to heal as he saw the small light zip through the sky above the monster's head with great haste. Beams of light came from it, touching the dragon's head but not seeming to do anything. "I have to get over there," Milo thought, forcing himself to his feet before limping in the direction of the fight. Mutants ran away from the ruins, bumping into him as nearby mortar fire destroyed the ground behind him. "That tickles," the dragon said, its voice carrying out across the battlefield as Milo made his way to the destroyed fence of the front yard. Crawling over it, he saw the attacker get closer as it fired another beam of magic at the dragon's wings. Straining his eyes, Milo saw, as clear as the day itself, who was trying to fight the dragon head on. A girl with orange hair evaded the dragon's swipes, shouting something as a single butterfly wing on her back beat through the air. The other side of her back bathed in crackling magic power as she flew circles around the creature. Despite her nimbleness, it wasn't hard to see that she wasn't winning. "Hey, over here!" Milo shouted, trying to get the girl's attention. Rumbling came from the ground beneath the dragon's feet. Once more, great blasts of heat filled the air, forcing Milo to dive to the ground as he held his sides, screaming as if his entire body was on fire. His eyes and ears burned as though lava had been poured directly into them, his skull pounding with the stomping of the great monster's footsteps as it followed the fairy girl's every movement. Forcing himself to look up, Milo realized what was going on. It was toying with her, like an evil cat with a fly. It would soon destroy her, and from there, no doubt it would turn its attention to the entire battlefield. Everyone would go up in a blaze. The dragon had no reason to spare anyone, ally or otherwise. If he didn't help stall it, everything would be a charred mess before one could scream fire. Powerful blasts riddled the back of the dragon, making it roar in frustration as something new entered the fray. Looking up, Milo gasped as a damaged IG flew high overhead. Its remaining cannons let loose shot after shot, destroying what little of the White House there was as the dragon lazily covered its head with its wings. Hearing the IG's booster rockets roar, Milo watched as the fairy girl flew up beside it. Continuing to fire upon the red monster, the IG suddenly dove back and landed clumsily nearby, missing a few shots and blowing up the ground in front of the dragon. The creature laughed through the smoke. "That one of yours?" Its voice shook Milo to his core, filling his mind with sharp memories that dug into the side of his head like drill bits through wet paper. In response to his question, Milo heard the girl yell and blast the dragon with another round of magic. Straining his eyes, he saw the red monster laugh again as flames rolled off its scales like water down a rock. As the IG struggled to get back to its feet, something failed within it, and it slumped back onto its knees. Gazing across its mighty techno-organic frame, Milo could see how cracked it really was. Everyone here was on their last legs, and Milo could tell the dragon was very aware. "Take a minute," the evil creature mocked, slumping back down and rolling over. "We'll finish this later." Milo held the sides of his head as that terrible voice filled every corner of it. He wanted to curl up himself and die, to be finally free of this demon that had enslaved him in the first place. The IG creaked and groaned like an ancient wardrobe, its head rising as the fairy girls sped over and landed roughly nearby. Milo heard her angrily grunt as she began shouting orders at the machine. Struggling to lift his head, Milo saw the dragon resting peacefully on its back nearby as the fairy woman began looking around. "Mark!" she called, her voice getting drowned out by gunfire. "Mark!" "Ma'am, we need to get backup," a mechanical voice from within the IG called. "There's no time," the fairy girl said, looking back at the dragon. "We have to stop it here before it absorbs any more power." Milo dragged himself to his feet, staggering towards them. If he could just reach them, then maybe. "It's too strong already." Miss Houston said, "Where's Mark?" The girl began to scream. Flapping her single wing, she struggled to get back into the air before finally spotting Milo. "Whoa! Miss Sophia!" Milo shouted, nearly collapsing as he struggled to get the air back into his lungs. The fairy girl stopped, her orange hair dancing through the wind like a flame as her eyes blazed. Seeing her hands start to glow, Milo pointed above his head. "It's me! It's Milo! From before!" The head of the IG creaked loudly as it turned to look in their direction. The eyes of the fairy girl scoped in on the air above Milo's head, her face switching from suspicion to confusion. Looking down at him, her voice lowered as she asked one simple question. Milo? Smoke bellowed from the fires lit nearby. As the smog filled the air above their heads, Milo struggled to find his voice. Yes, miss. Do you remember me at all? He asked. Never mind that, the fairy girl commanded, pointing at him as her hand continued to glow. Where's the president? Milo held up a claw, shaking his head as another round of mortars landed not too far away. We got separated. We were heading this way when... Ma'am, the IG said, its head turning back to the dragon. We have an enemy force coming up on your 6. The fairy woman nodded, tilting her head slightly as the light glowed from the ends of her fingers. Is there anyone else coming to help? The giant machine didn't answer. The air felt cold and damp as Milo watched the young woman put her head in her hands. Her knuckles turned white as she squeezed her skull, breathing hard before straightening up and eyeing him. You better not be lying, monster, the vice president warned, looking up as the sounds of war drew closer. Sergeant, I think you're right. We should retreat. Very good, ma'am, the IG said, its chest opening as a dented metal walkway slid out. Milo felt the girl drag him to his feet, pulling him towards the IG as the roar of a bear snapped him out of his struggle. Much to his shock, he saw the same bear from before running towards them as shots flew past it. Behind you! Milo shouted, snapping up and getting between the bear and Anna Sophia. Pulling out his knife, he pointed it at the beast as it stopped right in front of him, roaring angrily. No! Anna Sophia shouted, jumping onto Milo's back and trying to grab his knife. Don't hurt him! He'll kill you, Milo said, trying to get out of her grip, and looking up just in time to see the bear swipe at his face. Chapter 13. Blood Magic. Oh, James. The dragon couldn't stop chuckling, its body now glowing with dark magic, the red light from illuminated blood pulsing between armored red plates that covered its back. Smiling, its terrible gaze filled James with dread as the distant screams of the soon-to-be mutated pounded in his mind. As the terrible noise grew, he watched the blood dragon reach down into the molten pool at its feet, stirring its contents with its claws. Red mist sprayed out from the edges of the cursed pool, the precious blood wasted on the filthy ground. You've done wonderfully. The dragon paused, extending its wings high into the air. Everyone, say thank you to the president. The dragon pulled its claws out of the pool, its eye glowing bright red, as James felt it digging around in his brain. He could feel it trying to get its claws around some part of him, crawling around his soul like a spider beneath his skin. No! James screamed, fire dancing out of his mouth. Grabbing his head, he threw himself around the stands as if swarms of bees had been dumped on him. Get out! Get out! As quickly as the forced entry began, it began to fade. The dragon's deep laughter filled the stadium, making the ground shake once more as James forced himself to his feet. That never gets old. James hugged himself as the other trolls laughed around him. He barely noticed as 2 trolls grabbed him by the shoulders and hauled him to his feet. He felt one grab his chin, forcing him to look down at the dragon as the other beasts around them laughed. What are you even fighting for, James? The dragon asked, scratching under its chin. It watched carefully as the still disguised boy was dragged down the stairs to the bottom level of the stadium. As the 2 trolls threw James down before the pool of blood, the massive monster allowed a rumble to fill its throat. You hardly know these people. We both understand what you really want. Why not? With that, the dragon's tail struck the side of the pool, the smack snapping James out of his daze. Wish for something better. James gritted his teeth. Feeling his troll form returning, he dug his own claws into the astroturf field, forcing himself to stand up as his suit finished forming over his yellow body. staring straight back into the dragon's dark eyes. He straightened his tie before pointing at his foe. I'm gonna... The dragon held up a claw, shaking its head disapprovingly. No. This time, I want you to come up with something original. No movie quotes. James shut his mouth suddenly. Something original? He hated that this thing could read his mind. Not a lot to read. Staring daggers back at the giant red demon, James rubbed his chin. Something original, huh? He could do that. Surely. It had to be good. This was his final line before taking on the beast. You know what, he started to say. You utter buffoon. Spinning around, James came face to face with the only thing he could think of that was more terrifying than the giant red blood dragon looming over him. Mr. Chance, James. Did I make a mistake in calling you here to our world? Are you completely incapable of fulfilling your duties as our president? Miss Houston asked, shaking her head as she walked over and stood on James's left. Honestly, I wonder if getting you this far was even worth it. Well, look who decided to finally show up, the dragon boomed, still absorbing some red mist into its body. Everyone, say hello to our old friend. A chorus of hellos filled the air around the stadium as Miss Houston spoke calmly. Mr. President. It's King, actually. Have you already consumed the dragon's blood? Miss Houston asked, completely ignoring the destroyer of America in front of them. Looking up at the monster, James nearly asked if it was invisible or something. Don't be an idiot, James. I'm clearly visible. I asked you a question, Mr. President, Miss Houston said, grabbing James's tie and pulling it up with surprising strength. Did you consume the blood you found? Yes, James choked, not daring to take his eyes off the tall, old witch. Letting go of his tie, she reached up and removed her pointed purple glasses from her face. Good, Miss Houston said, finally acknowledging the dragon. Then transform. Into what? James asked, watching as she combed her hair back, the dragon smiling down on them. Him, Miss Houston said, her body beginning to change before his eyes. The dragon laughed, its power continuing to rise as it held a claw over its eyes dramatically. If you wanted to finally taste death, Liberty, the dragon dug its claws into the pool, flaring its wings up as the air started to burn up around them. Then you could have just wished for it. Silence, you cur! A new voice filled James's mind, distinct and sharper than a knife's blade. It almost sounded like the dragon, except for that feminine edge it bore. As he tried to understand where it was coming from, James watched as Miss Houston grew in size. The trolls around them began to cheer with excitement as the purple witch morphed into a beautiful white dragon. Get out of my country, tyrant. Make me, Liberty. James nearly fell over as he stood between the two great beasts. The hot air clashed against a wall of snow, flowing off the white dragon's body as feathers grew in place of the scales. Instead of sharp spikes and many horns, its body was lined with frills and whiskers, which all glowed against the stadium's fiery light. In contrast, the red dragon rose to its full height, exposing every hole and spike that covered its awful frame. Its teeth dripped with molten saliva, slapping against the pool of blood as its gaze, full of malice and hate, lasered in on its foe. Caught between the great creatures, James could feel the cool and hot air mixing together around his head as the two dragons snarled at one another, their powers mixing in the space between them as rain began to fall within the stadium's open top. Mr. James, Miss Houston's voice echoed throughout his mind. Fulfill your duty. With that, the dragons clashed. Hot water and red mist sprayed in every direction as roaring filled the stadium. Trolls began to morph and flee, some flying to safety while others stayed in their seats and cheered. Chaos erupted as the sound of the dragon's roars shattered the space around the stadium. The earth shook as they bit and clawed one another viciously, the red dragon gaining the upper hand and knocking the white one up and into the ceiling. Concrete crumbled and cracked beneath their weight as the clash of the century unfolded, the red dragon flying up and crashing into the white one. Soon they fell through the air, their bodies destroying the stadium as they rolled across the stands, flattening the trolls who hadn't run away as the ceiling above continued to crack. Light began to pour through it, slits of sunlight appearing on the ground as James ducked aside just as the Jumbotron fell into the blood pool. With a terrible roar, the red dragon seized Miss Houston by the neck and ripped them both up and through the rest of the ceiling. As they disappeared, the remaining trolls all ran over one another in a frenzy of animal cries and human screams. Trying to get away, James heard something else falling above him. Quickly looking up, he saw the remainder of the stadium's top coming right for him. Without thinking, James leapt over to what was left of the pool of blood right as a large chunk of stone fell right on top of it. High above the remains of the DC armory, the white dragon smashed the red dragon tyrant aside with her long wings. Focusing her might, she forged a faceplate of ice over her eyes, just as Tyrant engulfed his claws in flames. Slashing her head, the blows rolled off her new armor as she opened her jaws, letting loose a stream of pointy ice shards directly into Tyrant's wings. The thick red skin tore as the ice daggers forced their way through the membrane. Tyrant roared in anger and grabbed Liberty under the chin, unleashing a jet of fire right onto her head. Her armor began to melt away, the heat engulfing her as she twisted out of her foe's grasp, whipping the side of his skull with the end of her tail. Briefly breaking away, both giant dragons hovered apart from one another. Growling viciously and baring their teeth, they listened as the screams of the trolls rose up from within the destroyed arena below. So many dead Americans, Tyrant hissed within her mind. How many more are you willing to sacrifice just to beat me? Before Liberty could say a word, a beam of blue light shot out from within the ruins below. Looking down, she watched as something big poked its head out from within the hollowed-out stadium. Chunks of stone fell from between its horns as it turned to look up at them. As the dust settled around it, the third dragon smiled and stepped on the rest of the stadium's walls, opening the way as hundreds of trolls began to spill out around its legs. Opening its wings, the large blue beast took to the sky, its claws outstretched as it aimed right for Tyrant. Roaring back, the red dragon dove straight down at his new foe. Fury written across his face, they collided midair before spewing flames and magma all over the place. You have no right to that form, Tyrant screamed in their heads. The blue dragon caught one of Tyrant's claws in his jaws, yanking him around the air as Liberty watched on. Does this count as fulfilling my duty? James asked in her mind. Chapter 14. Showdown on South Capitol Street. We're surrounded! Milo felt his vision refocus as he leaned up, rubbing his head as he felt the ground move beneath him. Outside, the horrible groans of what had to be an IG mixed with the clicks and taps of gunfire. The world shook violently as red light flashed in sync with the wailing of an alarm. Looking around, he spotted Anna Sophia and the scarred soldier working together around the cockpit controls, trying everything they could to get the machine to move. Struggling to his feet, Milo felt the throbbing in his head start to dissipate as Anna Sophia spotted him. Stay down, Milo, she ordered, returning back to the control panel she was working at. Reroute power to the legs. We have to stand up. No more power to reroute, ma'am, the sergeant mentioned, coming over to her and pulling a screen so it faced her. We're at less than 3%. I can help, Milo said, staggering over. Please, just tell me what to do. Anna Sophia grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, her eyes burning brightly. I told you to stay over there. Milo steadied himself, his heart smashing against his ribcage as he carefully patted her hand. Ma'am, please let me. Clang! The side of the IG groaned as more shots peppered its left side. All three of them looked around anxiously, waiting as the sounds and shouts of mutants outside grew ever closer. We need to leave, now, the sergeant said, his facial scars shining like glass as the IG's lights went out. Thankfully, the emergency red lights kicked on as the whole organic machine sputtered in pain. Dropping Milo, the fairy girls stood there and watched as the sergeant began picking up the couple of weapons they had nearby. Tossing one to Anna Sophia, the soldier began walking towards the emergency exit. Wait, Milo said, running over and standing in front of them. If you go out there, they'll kill you. The whole IG suddenly shook, the screaming and animal noises coming from outside getting louder as someone began banging on the hatch doors. We should set up an ambush. You called for reinforcements already, didn't you? Milo asked. No one is coming, Anna Sophia said, joining the sergeant and holding up her rifle. The enemy's increasing faster than we can mow them down. If you really are with the president, the sergeant said, gently tossing Milo his knife back. Fall in and take as many of them with you as you can. Watching helplessly as the sergeant and Anna Sophia stood on opposite sides of the steel door, Milo felt a thought enter his mind. He remembered the Chief Justice and what he'd told him about his ability to help people. Odd. Shaking his head, Milo wondered what that had to do with anything. It wasn't like he had the power to recharge this entire iron golem or anything. Wait a second. Ma'am! Milo said, running over and tapping Anna Sophia's shoulder. The fiery fairy looked at him in surprise. Waving it away, Milo pointed at her as the sounds of enemies outside continued to grow closer. Can you restart the IG? I already thought of that, Anna Sophia said, turning away. I don't have enough fire. Just for a few seconds, Milo countered, jumping in front of her. Just get this thing to stand up. I'll take care of the rest. Are you crazy? Anna Sophia asked. Not giving her an answer, Milo ran over to a wall ladder that led to a hatch. Climbing up and spinning the wheel, he slammed the circular door open before crawling outside. Just trust me! Shutting the hatch, he made his way to another ladder, scurrying up as the red light filled his vision. Soon, he reached the upper hatch door, grabbing the metal wheel as bullets ricocheted off the outside of the great organic machine. The walls seemed to groan as rivets popped out of their placement, bouncing around the tight space as Milo forced himself to ignore that everything was literally falling apart around him. Spinning the second wheel as quickly as he could, the final door opened as light poured into the red crawl space. The screams of mutants filled Milo's ears as he crawled up and out, leaning on the open hatch. Now standing atop the IG's head, he spotted exactly what he was looking for, still sleeping in the ruins of the White House. All this death, all the screams, every bit of it was happening at his feet, and it was sleeping. Time to go the way of the dinosaurs, Milo thought. Growling, he crouched down, ready for whatever came next. Except the IG didn't move. Looking down into the hatch, Milo wondered where Anna Sophia and that scary soldier were. I'm ready, he called. Still nothing. On the ground far below, Milo saw mutants surrounding the IG's feet on all sides. Many fired shots at the head, their bullets nearly striking him as he fell back, catching himself before he could slip back down into the open hatch. Seemingly sensing his peril, some pointed right at him, cheering and frothing like rabid animals. It all made Milo shudder. They seemed far more feral than any other mutants he'd seen before. Even from all the way up here, he could see their solid, blood-red eyes staring up at him. They really had become monsters, and Milo didn't think they were in the mood to take prisoners. As they threw themselves at the side of the wounded iron golem, Milo shouted into the hatch once more. Madam Vice President, please start the machine! He yelled as bullets whizzed by. The howling, braying, and roaring of the mutants grew as some of them began to crawl up the crouched legs and chest of the IG. Ma'am! Milo said, daring to look over the side. He made eye contact with a couple of mutants digging their way into the lava rock armor of the right shoulder. Leading the charge, a badger mutant opened its jaws and barked menacingly. Other mutants began pointing up at him, climbing as quickly as they could up the sides of the black stone. Had Anna Sophia and the sergeant abandoned him? Not wanting to entertain the thought, Milo reached over and slowly slammed the hatch door closed, listening as it locked from the inside. No reason to make getting in any easier. Traitor! The badger mutant screamed, being the first to find its way up the neck. Thinking fast, Milo ducked out of range and waited, listening to its snarls as it reached the head. It didn't take long to get up and over the top, its stench hitting Milo hard even at this altitude. At just the right moment, Milo lurched over and drove his knife into the badger's neck. Shockingly, the creature continued to struggle against him, reaching its claws at his head even as he shoved it back over the side. Milo, a snake mutant called, hissing its way up the other side of the great machine's head. Come back to us, Milo, it hissed, reaching towards his leg as its solid red eyes bubbled with power. Moving faster than the eye could see, Milo spun around and sliced the snake's head clean off. Watching its body tumble away, he spotted more mutants making their way up to him. Snarling down at them, Milo felt his ears lay flat against the top of his head. You want some? Come and get it, he roared at them. An insect-looking mutant buzzed its way out of the pack, its massive eyes shining against the light from the red mist in the air around them. Milo leapt towards the creature and, landing on its back, bit down hard on the mutant's neck. With a sick crunch, the bug's head came clean off as its wings continued to flutter. Before they could both fall, Milo leapt back to the side of the great machine's head, digging his claws into the lava rock. As the headless hornet mutant fell. Ignoring the screaming of his muscles, Milo quickly crawled back on top of the great machine's head, spitting green blood out of his mouth. He glared back down at the mutants, who didn't seem to care that he'd single-handedly dispatched 3 of their own. Milo, an ugly fish mutant clawing its way towards him. It's over, Milo. Shut up, Milo spat, pointing his knife at his foes. I'll kill you all myself. Suddenly, the IG trembled. A wave of energy pulsed through the golem's armor, heat beginning to rise from within the cracks in its frame. Waves of fire ripped up its chest and shoulders as mutants began to scream and fall off its great armor. The smell of their burning fur and flesh made the tainted air even more foul. Whoa! Milo shouted, grabbing onto the wheel of the hatch as the IG suddenly began to rise. Nearby, he heard the dragon stir as the great machine creaked and groaned. Its body shuddered as it struggled to rise to its full height, locking its knees in place. The ends of its shoulders crackled like candy as it held up its fists, taking a fighting stance as the dragon snarled at them. A voice suddenly flashed into Milo's mind. You get one shot, mutant, Anna Sophia said, her power coursing through the machine's frame to the ground below. As the dragon got up, Milo looked at the creature that had haunted his nightmares for so long and gritted his teeth. Thank you, ma'am, Milo snarled as the dragon snapped its jaws at them. Chapter 15. When Dragons Collide. As red mist filled the air above the once beautiful District of Columbia, a chorus of terrible roars shook the earth as 3 dragons clashed overhead. 1 red, 1 white, and 1 blue. 1 held power, 1 held secrets, and 1 held the red dragon's throat. Crack! James threw a hard punch onto the side of Tyrant's head, knocking red mist off its scales. In response, the red dragon twisted out of his grasp, flapping his tattered wings before charging into James's chest. Together they tumbled through the sky, Tyrant's claws digging into James's shoulders as the ground came up to meet them. Hitting the earth with the full force of a missile barrage, James felt all the air get knocked right out of his dragon body, leaving him gasping on his back as Tyrant bit down on his neck. Roaring, James heard his thick scales breaking like crackers as he clawed at the red dragon's chest, his blows rolling right off the monster's armored body. Suddenly, a blast of white snow smashed into Tyrant's back, sending ice shards across the landscape as the red dragon looked up silently. Nearby, mutants scrambled to evacuate themselves, abandoning everything as their leader charged and fired a ray of heat up at Liberty, clipping her right wing. The white dragon screamed in pain, falling out of the sky as James reformed his neck and whipped his tail directly at Tyrant's eyes. James watched in horror as Tyrant reached up and caught the end of his tail by the spikes, slowly looking at him with disappointment before yanking it back. With hardly enough time to dig his claws into the ground, James felt his entire dragon form get tossed over Tyrant's shoulder, leaving deep claw marks in the ground where he'd just been. Sailing through the air, James tried to twist himself around and spread his wings, only to collide directly with Liberty nearby. They both tumbled across Garfield Park, destroying everything beneath their large bodies as James gasped for air. Struggling to get up, he heard Tyrant's terrible laughter echo across the sky as Liberty knocked him aside. "Get a hold of yourself!" the white dragon shouted, getting up and opening her jaws. As another beam of ice exploded from between her teeth, James heard Tyrant unleash a stream of flames. Vroom! The air crackled as the two breath attacks met midair. Water and steam exploded out of the center point, showering boiling water on the battlefield as anything that hadn't gotten out of the way was cooked alive. James saw the white dragon's legs begin to buckle, her breath attacks starting to fail as Tyrant increased the pressure of his flames. Without thinking, James leapt up and took a deep breath of his own. Feeling power building within his chest, James exhaled with all his might and felt a great force travel up his neck. A single beam of raw energy shot out between his teeth and through the air, wrapping itself around the beams of snow and fire before traveling straight up to the red dragon's mouth. At the last second, Tyrant peeled away. James watched as the beam of power flew directly over his head as all three dragons stopped firing. Looking at his ally, James saw the end of Liberty's wing membrane had been burnt away, leaving a horrible-looking hole as she quickly tried to hide the damage. "Are you all right?" James asked her, hearing Tyrant roar as he leapt back into the sky. "Don't talk," Liberty said, snarling at him. "Fight!" Without another word, James watched the white dragon launch herself into the sky once more. Hovering within the clouds, Tyrant watched and waited with outstretched claws as the white dragon raced up to meet him. The air above seemed to shimmer with magic as James watched the two great beasts collide with terrible force. The air crackled with the force of their impact, both titans of ancient power tumbling through the sky as the clouds ripped apart around them. Fire and ice exploded in bursts as they tore through the lower atmosphere. Opening his own wings, James prepared to rejoin the fight. Something shouted up at him beside his claws, drawing his attention. Leaning his head down, James watched as American troops tried to pull their wounded out from under him as they aimed their weapons at his head. Bullets started to roll off his scales like dust against a tank as orders were shouted, and some screamed for help. "Wait, I'm on your side," James tried to say, leaning his massive head down over the humans. More gunshots filled the space between them as heavier weapons were turned on him. Thinking quickly, James closed his eyes and tried to mimic what the red dragon had done since he'd gotten here. Listen, everyone, James thought, sensing a connection to all the soldiers around him. He could feel their minds racing, their panic rising as some tried to force him out. "Wait, it's me, James, the president that's also a troll. I'm here to slay the red dragon," he tried to say. Many of the surrounding soldiers collapsed from the overwhelming mental strain, their auras above their heads convulsing like a cheap squish toy as others vomited. Looking back up at the sky, James growled as he thought about how, even now, just taking Tyrant's form and using his power was still hurting innocent people. All the death and chaos, it was all just so that the Red Dragon could have complete control. It had to be stopped. And Miss Houston or Liberty or whatever the White Dragon's name was couldn't do it alone. Unfurling his wings, James looked out across the battlefield before trying to reach everyone one last time. If you can hear me, James thought as he flapped his wings and shot into the air. Shoot the Red Dragon. The IG wailed under its own weight as Milo saw the dragon crawl out from within the White House's ruins. Its eyes narrowed as it opened its wings in a terrible display, the temperature rising as he heard Anna Sophia's voice once more. I can't keep this up much longer, Milo, she said in his mind. Gritting his teeth, the freed mutant waved his knife wildly through the air. Here I am, he shouted at the beast, dancing across the top of the great machine's head. Come on, do something! I'm right here! Still want to fight, huh? The dragon challenged, advancing closer as fire began to dance out of its jaws. Just know that I gave you an out. Come on, do it! Milo shouted, waving his knife again. He watched the fire start to pour out of its mouth, the large flames licking the air between them as it pointed its head right at him. That's it. Just a little closer. The dragon lumbered over, reaching over and grabbing the neck of the IG, smoke pouring out from between each of its terrible claws. The force of its grip nearly made Milo fall off as the creature opened its maw. An unearthly glow came from the back of its throat as Milo felt his life flashing before his eyes. This is gonna hurt, he thought to himself. Boom! Fire and heat washed over him. The dragon's blast cooked Milo like a slab of meat at a barbecue, burning all his fur and forcing him down against the top of the hatch door. He felt his eyeballs melting away as the dragon cut off its attack, laughing. Pathetic. The dragon's terrible voice rumbled through Milo's scorched body. As his mutant form painfully began to repair itself, he felt the dragon fire rumbling across the IG's body. The heat and leftover flames were pulled into its tiniest places, just as Milo started to regrow his fur. Screaming in pain, Milo pushed himself up as he felt his body twitching in agony. What a beautiful Fire away! A great mechanical voice boomed. A beam of gunfire struck the dragon's right eye, making it shut its jaws and turn away. Fire spewed out of its nostrils as it grabbed the side of its head, letting go of the IG as more shots reached it from the left. As his eyeballs finished regrowing, Milo forced himself to open his eyes just in time to spot the source of his deliverance. Getting to his feet, he nearly shouted for joy as he saw another IG running over, its arm weapons pointed right at the dragon. He could see people firing cannons that had been mounted on its shoulders, firing everything they could into the dragon's body. The red beast spun around, covering itself with its wings, taking more shots as the new mossy IG put itself between Milo and the beast. As it did, the dragon suddenly opened a space between its wings and fired a jet of flame their way. An inferno rolled around the mossy IG's body as it swatted the air, stumbling to the side as the people manning the shoulder cannons screamed. Milo watched helplessly as some fell out of their seats to the ground below, leaving trails of smoldering flesh trailing through the air. That's it. Without thinking, Milo stuck his blade between his teeth and raced to the edge of the IG's head, leaping out with claws extended right past the mossy IG's frame. Sailing through the air, he felt the rest of his body finish healing as the dragon caught sight of him. Its terrible body got just out of Milo's trajectory, leaving him to fall to the ground below. No! Milo screamed in frustration, watching as the dragon started to rip into the damaged, mossy IG. Tumbling through the air, he angrily threw his knife at the dragon's passing chest. Gotcha! A giant hand caught Milo right as the IG it belonged to finished climbing out from a hidden hole nearby. It was missing its left arm, but behind the glass of its smooth, stone-like head, Milo saw a few familiar faces sitting in its cockpit. Guys? Milo asked. Lilith smiled and waved as Mace looked to be yelling with excitement, pushing in on buttons and joysticks as this sandstone machine turned to the dragon. Get in! Lilith shouted through the IG's speakers as the top hatch on its head opened. Charlie waved Milo over as the IG raised its hand to its head. Quickly leaping off, the Fox mutant nearly tackled Charlie aside as they slid down the ladder to the cockpit. Anna Sophia's in that other IG, Milo yelled, pushing through the door to the cockpit and making Lilith jump. Which one? Lilith asked, looking back out the cockpit window. That one, Milo shouted, pointing at the stationary lava rock iron golem. Nearby, the dragon continued tearing into the remnants of the mossy IG as fires began erupting out of its chest and legs. Got it! Mace yelled, reaching over and pushing a bunch of buttons, seemingly at random. Their one-armed, techno-organic giant robot turned towards their stationary ally and began walking over. Where'd you find this thing? Milo asked as they circled around the dragon and its prey. Mace laughed. There's a whole ton of them beneath the ground, he said, pulling a handle overhead. Max and Carmina got us in. Most of them are pretty broken, but a few still work. With that, Milo saw their giant arm reach towards the lava rock IG's shoulder. Just before it could make contact, the dragon's damaged eye appeared in front of their windshield. Yellow blood poured from where the shots had landed as the slit focused on them, tightening as a terrible roar filled everyone's ears. Look out! Lilith screamed. Boom! Dragon fire covered the glass, setting off alarms as Mace struggled to pull the IG back. As he did, the dragon came back into view and returned its attention to Anna Sophia's machine. Milo felt his heart stop as he watched the creature reach back with its claws. Oh, no you don't, Mace shouted, pushing in on the controls and forcing the IG to stumble forward. Crashing into the back of the dragon, they both tumbled to the ground as everyone in the cockpit flew forward. Milo landed on the windshield itself and watched as the dragon turned around beneath them, magma boiling out of its jaws as it pointed itself right at them. Just as the fire began to flow out, Milo felt himself flying back towards the seats and screens. Landing on the ground next to the pilot seat, he looked back to see the lava rock IG putting itself in front of the attack. Fire and magma covered it completely as Milo reached toward the glass. Miss Anna Sophia! He screamed, watching in horror as the IG started to melt. The dragon leapt on top of it, its tail smashing into them as it roared back at them. Milo fell back as Mace got into the driver's seat once more before pulling another lever. The entire IG leaned away as the dragon turned and snapped right at them. Its right eye continued to bleed as it suddenly changed from angry to surprised. Around its neck, a large robotic hand appeared, bathed in a familiar orange fire. The entire dragon was suddenly picked up and thrown aside. Its red body tumbled wing over leg as it came to rest within the wreckage of the White House. As it struggled to get back up, Milo looked to the left and gasped. Is that one with us? Charlie asked, his glasses missing as he struggled to focus on the scene before them. Yes, indeed, Milo said, watching as the dragon's flames were absorbed into each crack in the damaged IG's hull, just like before. It glowed with great power, its frame transforming and shifting into something elemental as phoenix wings sprouted from its back. As its transformation was completed, It turned to face the red dragon. Milo heard Mace push on the IG's controls, bringing their machine to stand beside the vice president's giant mech. Together, they faced the monster as it got to its feet, its face twisted in rage. "Glad to have you back, Madam Vice President," Milo said into the IG microphone. "Good to be back," Anna Sophia's voice crackled through the Phoenix IG's speakers. It suddenly pointed at the dragon, fire forming claws on the ends of each finger. "Time to burn, monster." "That was so cool," Mace admitted, pushing on the controls and making the IG take a fighting stance. "Just like driving a forklift, babe!" "Get him!" Lilith yelled, just as the IGs and the dragon rushed each other. Chapter 16. Unbridled Rage. A fleshy thwack filled the sky as Tyrant kicked Liberty away, just as James hurled himself onto the larger dragon's back. The red dragon gnashed his teeth together, spitting bouts of flame into the air above James' horns as red mist swirled around them. Tyrant stopped long enough to absorb more of the airborne blood, his body swelling with power beneath James's grasp with every drop he absorbed. James felt Tyrant's horns connect with his face as the now larger red dragon flicked his head back. The two dragons clashed together, claws and teeth digging into one another's bodies with pure vitriol as James tried to bite down on the larger dragon's neck. He felt his teeth slide against the thick scales covering the bottom of the blood dragon's body, roaring in frustration as Tyrant kicked him off. Like a pair of honey badgers fighting over their last meal, they both tried with all their might to tear into one another's flesh. Grappling midair, the two monsters used every sharp edge and limb they had against the other, spilling one another's blood across the 695. Letting go with one claw, James tried to protect his skull as Tyrant sank his dagger-like claws under the thick scales on his chest, tossing him aside as though he weighed nothing. As he sailed through the air, clutching his chest, James realized his foe's plan. Trying to roll out of the way, James twisted midair and spread his wings. Catching himself, he felt another stream of fire and flames slam into him from behind, burning his right wing away completely. Roaring, he tumbled through the sky until slamming into the ground with a sick crunch. The Patriots Plaza was flattened beneath him, the ground and shops shaking from the impact as he felt his breathing get shallow. Staring up into the sky, he saw Tyrant flying down at him. Widening his eyes, James opened his jaws and powered through the incredible pain, firing another blast of light. It pierced the sky right above the red dragon's head as Tyrant smashed into him, crunching into him and spraying debris as far as Maryland Avenue southwest. Pain rolled through his body as he felt Tyrant stand up before putting a claw over his head. He couldn't move as his broken and bleeding body screamed at him from underneath his scales. "You can't beat the original," the dragon roared, peering down at James. "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. President?" Instead of answering, James focused all his remaining strength on the red mist covering Tyrant's skin. Without moving, he inhaled as much as he could, just as Tyrant turned and laughed. "Now, where's Liberty? She'll love this." Probably, James thought, absorbing as much of the red mist as he could. Instantly, his body began to reform, swelling under Tyrant's grasp as power filled his frame. Feeling the change, Tyrant let go of James's head and leapt back into the air. The clouds seemed to boil as the red dragon stared angrily back at his blue foe. Suddenly, the red dragon's neck began to glow as fire boiled out from the holes in his body. Watching the disgusting light show unfold, James tried to focus and continued inhaling the mist. He could feel his body getting thicker, his horns and spikes getting sharper, and the extra magical power blessing him with thicker plates across his chest and neck. Foom! A mobile inferno tore through the sky like a laser beam, ripping through the streetlights and power lines as car alarms filled the air. The portable inside of a volcano struck James in the gut, heating his new protection up like a heated blanket as he struggled to pick himself up. As the flames nearly engulfed him, he held up a claw before awkwardly tumbling down 4th Street, his tail and wings smashing through concrete and road as Tyrant's laughter filled the sky. "You can't stop me, James," the red dragon roared. "No one can." "Oh, shut up," James roared back, waving his claws over his chest as the plates stopped glowing with heat. As the laughter continued to fill the world around him, he sighed as his body finished solidifying. Flexing his new, bigger muscles and thicker armored scales, James remembered who he was fighting for before smashing his way through the Department of Education building. With a few kicks and bumps of his wings, he quickly took to the sky and aimed right for his opponent's underbelly. Tyrant's eyes widened in surprise. He watched the now larger, more protected blue dragon soar up to greet him, claws extended and aimed right for his throat. "You fool!" the white dragon shouted, tackling Tyrant from behind as James felt his claws scrape through the red dragon's armor. "Hey, I had him, Miss Liberty!" James shouted, circling around them as Tyrant and Liberty battled above the 395. "I thought slaying him was my thing!" "Just kill him!" the white dragon roared, headbutting Tyrant away from her neck. "How, though?" James asked, his wings healing completely as he looked around the ruined DC. "You figure it out!" Liberty screamed, flipping in the air and connecting the side of her tail with Tyrant's chin. The two dragons broke off their engagement, Liberty flying back to the ground and flattening part of the Constitution Center as Tyrant held his face. Super helpful as always, James thought to himself, getting back into the air as he searched the landscape around them with his powerful dragon gaze. There had to be some way to defeat this guy for good. The Founding Fathers had always known he would return, so they had to have put some kind of precaution in place, something they could use if things got out of hand. Looking back at Tyrant, James saw the evil dragon let go of his chin and smile. His eyes began to glow as he turned to face him, flapping his terrible wings as they both stopped to face one another over the skyline of the Capitol. The air seemed to grow slightly colder as Tyrant continued to show off his teeth, each one just as blood red as the rest of his body. James tried not to think about how many innocent people this monster had probably used those teeth on. "You're quick-witted, James. I'll give you that." "And you're really, really ugly," James spat, feeling his wing muscles swelling in size as the last of the red mist flowed into his new form. "Hey," Tyrant said, rolling his shoulders back. "Using blood magic is my thing." With that, James watched in horror as Tyrant rolled his neck back, clouds of red mist shooting through the sky around them before absorbing straight into the red dragon's skin. As it did, the monster started to grow even larger, casting a dark shadow over Liberty and the intersection at D Street and 7th. Everything about the red monster began to change, its body swelling in size as its claws grew several feet longer. The spikes on its head curved back as serrated edges filled the creature's sharp appendages. Its teeth widened and grew, sharpening and growing from monster teeth to shark-like teeth. James watched as, across its entire body, long, bony plates grew over its blood-red scales, covering it in armor that made James's new form look like a cheap Halloween costume in comparison. Snapping its head up, a few sharp plates grew over Tyrant's eyes and nose, making him look more like a giant sharp rock with wings, and less like a dragon. Long spikes also grew out of each shoulder as Liberty flew up to James's side. She growled angrily as Tyrant began to grumble. "He's toying with us," Liberty said, looking at James. "Any ideas yet, Mr. President?" "You're asking me?" James said, pointing over at Tyrant. "He's literally got hacks! How am I supposed to beat that?" "So do you!" Liberty roared at him, grabbing one of the plates on his arm, pulling him through the sky closer to her. "We have to kill him, here and now, or the whole world will burn." "It already has, Liberty." Tyrant roared, his voice deeper now as he began flying right at them. Everything's mine! James shouted in surprise as the giant monster beat its new untattered wings, the holes in its body plugging with jagged growths that looked like something between extra spikes and extra toenails. The closer it got, the more James realized how much bigger it was than they were. It had to be at least as large as a football stadium at this point. At least that was what felt right, as the red dragon crashed right into him. Screaming in pain, James felt spikes tear into his dragon body as the tyrant roared. Each swipe or blow he tried to land on the monster's body rolled harmlessly off the new, thick, bony plates covering its body. Flakes of fire rolled off each point in its frame, even as Liberty tried and failed to freeze it midair. Without thinking, James began to transform once more. His body shrank down in size as he heard Liberty firing more ice beams their way, the frosty attacks doing little against the absurd juggernaut flying around the sky above the U.S. Department of Energy building. Frustration filled his mind. This had to be the cheapest boss fight ever, James thought, as he let his body morph into something he thought might prove troublesome for the giant red behemoth. Small chance, for sure, but he couldn't think of anything else to do. Feeling his arms and legs shrinking back into his body, James saw that familiar yellow hue snaking across his now long form as his wings disappeared. Quickly coiling around the red dragon's neck, James opened his terrible mouth and bit into one of the red dragon's plates. A shock of electricity fired out of every side of his sea serpent body, making him scream. James felt the power shudder through his foe's frame. As it did, he heard Liberty slam into him from behind, sending mist spraying through the sky in a shower of red snow. Sliding off the dragon, James fell through the air as he transformed back into his dragon body. Flapping his wings, he saw Tyrant shake off Liberty before suddenly turning through the sky. Before James could even shout, he watched the blood dragon whip Liberty aside with his wicked-looking tail before stabbing it right through her chest. "No!" James shouted. "One down," Tyrant grumbled, pulling his spikes out of the white dragon's body. "One to go." Chapter 17. USA, USA, USA. Power surged through the IG's entire structure as Anna Sophia felt the dragon fire mixing with her own magic, powering the techno-organic mech despite its damage. Standing in the control room, she watched as monitors melted around her while wires fused together, all while red caution lights blared around the cockpit. Staring through the windshield back at the menacing monster before her, she ignored the sounds of mechanical meters shattering and nearby metal surfaces turning bright orange from the flames. Anna Sophia couldn't let any of that distract her. Unleashing her full power was costing her, and with every minute that passed, she could feel her life burning away, just like the metal floor beneath her. Time to act, she thought. Using her magic, Anna Sophia brought the disconnected IG's arm up as the red dragon lurched right at them. Its teeth bit down right on the mech's forearm, its nostrils flaring as the sandstone IG grabbed the monster by the neck. Milo's IG tried to pull it back, grabbing one of the dragon's wings and punching it at the joint. Bones cracked as the dragon screamed, releasing Anna Sophia's arm as she felt drops of fire roll down her cheeks like tears. From within her IG's control center, she felt everything fusing together, the unholy union of dragon fire and fairy magic leaking out through every crack in the hull as she heard the sergeant through the melting radio set. "I'm here, Matt," his voice said, the set fizzling and bubbling away as fire burst from the front of the machine. Good. The sergeant would find Mark, and together they could handle the ground forces. Refocusing on the battle, Anna Sophia inhaled. Her entire body glowed with magmatic light, her hair spreading out against the air behind her as the ends caught ablaze. Her last remaining wing beat in the air behind her, her blood-stained shirt flexing as she glared at the monster in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth and felt power explode outward. A sharp line of orange light blasted through the windshield of the lava rock iron golem, piercing the dragon's head as it screamed again. Pulling away from the other two IGs, it held the side of its skull as some of its body seemed to melt away. "What is this magic?" it roared, shoving Milo's IG away and clawing its way back towards President's Park. Flapping wildly, the dragon smacked the sandstone mech away like it was nothing, sending the machine over the ruins of the White House as it shook its head. Anna Sophia forced her machine to run forward, grabbing the air in front of her and making the IG reach out. She clenched her teeth as she watched a red-hot lava rock clamp down on the dragon's head. She felt her hands heating up, the power ebbing through the machine's frame like blood. She stared without blinking at the beast as it tried to get out of her control. The thoughts of all the innocent people it had killed or harvested for its own power filling her mind as she watched it struggle. She could hear the people's screams of pain, the pleading for mercy, the soldiers and law enforcement who wouldn't be going home ever again. Most of all, she remembered sitting by Mark as the last of his humanity slipped away, gleefully claimed by this demon, laughing while she'd sobbed. With that, her IG's hand began to glow with white-hot heat and magic. The dragon screamed again as she held her grip on the monster's face. Pulling back, she forced the great machine to lift her foe up and over her head. The entire dragon left the ground, clawing desperately at her metallic body as her hand continued to brand itself into the side of its skull. In one fluid motion, Anna Sophia brought the dragon down onto her knee. She heard its body break, her heat scoring the grass beneath her IG's feet as she shoved the dragon over to the others. Reaching up, Milo's IG tackled the dragon's body with tremendous force. Bringing it to the ground, it brought its fists down on the beast like a great ape. Each blow made the dragon cry out again and again, as only one of its wings was actually able to flap. "Heads up!" a new IG shouted as it rushed over. Its coral reef-like frame flexed a variety of colors as it grabbed the dragon by the jaws. Anna Sophia recognized the voice of Mr. Russo through the new IG speakers as it forced the dragon's mouth open before shoving a long chunk of the White House down the monster's throat. "Choke on that," Mr. Russo said, stepping back as the creature held its throat. The dragon sputtered and gasped, its broken body twisted and burnt as Anna Sophia lumbered over. As the beast tried to reach up and dislodge its new throat plug, Anna Sophia grabbed its arm and forced it down. Using her other hand, she reached over and pointed one of her metal fingers right at the dragon's eye. "This is for Mark," she said through her IG speaker. Just as the dragon's eyes widened, a beam of flame tore through the air, ripping right through the dragon's skull like a laser through butter. The dragon struggled beneath the blast for a second, its body slowing down as the beam ripped into the ground below it. Eventually, the monster stopped moving, its arms and wings flopping limply beside it. Its skull fell limp against the ground, its side bearing the handprints of Anna Sophia's IG. "Holy smokes," Milo's IG said, the voice sounding like that of Mason. "Did we do it?" "That was too easy," Mr. Russo's IG said, looking from the dead dragon to Anna Sophia. "Yes, it was," Anna Sophia admitted, taking a step back as she felt her power continue to burn around her. "I think we've been duped." "Aw," a new voice said from behind as a swarm of other red dragons appeared nearby, landing on both sides of West Executive Avenue and East Street, blocking off their view of the ellipse. "What makes you say that?" "Trolls!" Milo's voice came from the mossy IG. "It's the trolls! The dragons gave them his blood!" "Don't be jealous, little fox," one of the dragons cooed, its body flushing with different colors as it smiled at their IG. "You could have been one of us." Gritting her teeth, Anna Sophia rolled her IG's shoulders back and took a step towards the closest dragon. In response, it opened its jaws and fired a blast of flame right at her head. "Anna!" Mr. Russo called, watching as dragon fire mixed with the metal and flame coming out from the cockpit. The growing inferno started to pulse as the troll dragons laughed, one of them trying to push past her. Incredibly, Mr. Russo watched as Anna Sophia's IG grabbed the dragon around the back of its neck, her head still burning away as the glare of the IG's eyes bore through the rolling flames. Squeezing, the lava rock iron golem pulsed with power as the fake dragon started to choke as she lifted it up to her IG's head, glaring the monster down from within her cockpit. She watched the murderous monster stare in shock as it tried to break out of her grip. After a second, Anna Sophia felt her IG's chest open. Everyone covered their eyes as a great blast poured out and consumed the false dragon in a ray of power, burning the creature away completely in a single blast. Struggling to lower her power and close her chest back up, Anna Sophia felt her body starting to fail as she looked at the rest of the dragons. None laughed. All sinister smiles and cocky attitudes were gone. In its place was something that made her smile. Fear. The trolls were afraid. "USA!" Mace screamed, the sandstone IG leaping over Anna Sophia's head and clocking a solid hit on the nearest dragon's face. To her right, Mr. Russo's coral IG rushed over and joined the fray, the dragons all starting to climb over one another in a panic as the three organic mechs began their attack. "Retreat! Come here, you! They've got me!" Boom! Blasts were fired, punches thrown, and wings flapped as Anna Sophia focused her power. Holding up her hand, she created a giant American flag out of flame before driving it into the ground before her. "For liberty!" Chapter 18. Dragonslayer. "Miss Houston!" James screamed, watching the white dragon fall back down to the ground, blood trailing out from the large hole in her chest. Crash! Liberty's lifeless body hit the intersection of Independence Avenue and 12th Street with terrible force, sending waves of dust out over the broken cars and rubble as the giant wound didn't start to heal. Tyrant's laughter once again filled the sky as James felt his dragon claws start to shake. "Finally!" Tyrant laughed, flying towards James. "With Liberty dead, now all that's left is the Commander-in-Chief." The air felt dark as James couldn't stop staring at the white dragon's body. Thoughts of his first day in this new world flashed through his mind. He remembered the first person he'd met after getting to this other world. He remembered the one who'd driven him crazy, who refused to answer his questions, she'd believed in him. She'd chosen him. She'd granted his wish, and now she was dead. Turning to face the approaching giant red dragon, James felt his breath attack building in his throat. It all finally clicked, everything Miss Houston had been trying to teach him. This wasn't some show. This wasn't a manga. This was his story, and he'd just lost one of the only people left who'd believed in him. Opening his jaws, James felt his breath overflowing between each sharp tooth. The power exploded out, a beam of light and fire streaking through the sky right at Tyrant's head. Just like before, the blast deflected off the thick, bony plates over the red dragon's eyes, just as it reached him. Crashing into his body, the much larger red dragon took James through clouds and smoke as he felt his body scraping across the many spikes covering Tyrant's larger form. Feeling his body going limp, James felt blood dripping out from the many cuts covering his scales as he tumbled through the air again. Everything seemed to slow down, The air felt heavy as Tyrant roared in victory. The force shook his bones as he felt his eyes closing. There was no way he could stop this monster. It was too strong. If Miss Houston, of all people, couldn't survive it, how was he supposed to even put a dent in this thing, even with his troll abilities? It wasn't like this was a video game and he was fighting a boss with weak points that he could target. Struggling to open his eyes, James saw Tyrant turning around midair. It began to circle, its head shaking as it laughed again. From the ground below, he could hear the mutants howling and screaming with glee as they began to surround Liberty's fallen body. This wasn't fair at all. James was just one guy. How was he supposed to slay something with seemingly unlimited power that far surpassed him? It was basically invincible. Looking away, James spotted something through the smoke. It stood out against the destruction and ruins, like a beam of light amidst a dark cave. A few large scorch marks reached up the sides of its base, but even from here, it didn't look too damaged. Overall, still in one piece, unlike most of the capital. The very tippy top of it still gleamed in the smoky light like a giant needle. Just like that, James had a plan. Twisting through the air, he let his wings unfurl once more. Gliding through the clouds, he saw the body of Miss Houston below him, already being picked at by mutants. Opening his jaws, he let loose a beam of light on the desecrators, vaporizing them as he flew away over the Jamie L. Witten building. "You can't run from me, James," the red dragon screamed gleefully, turning and following him. Looking over his shoulder, James jumped as he realized how close Tyrant was, and he was gaining. Flapping his wings as hard as he could, James flew low as he ducked and dodged past trees and telephone poles. Soaring higher up, he flapped his wings even harder as he felt Tyrant's flames cook the air right behind him. "End of the line, Mr. President," Tyrant yelled. "Your story ends here." Not today, James thought, suddenly ducking right into a plume of smoke from below. As James disappeared, Tyrant didn't bother stopping. Instead, he fired another blast of fire right at the spot where the blue dragon had been. The smoke folded in on itself as the flames tore it apart like wet paper, revealing nothing within nor behind it. Tyrant paused, letting his giant frame unfold slightly. No way the little guy was that fast. He had to be around here somewhere. A quick burst should unveil him pretty quickly. Letting his power swell around him, Tyrant allowed red mist to fire into the sky around him in jagged cones. As it did, even though he couldn't see with his eyes, he sensed every living thing in the sky and on the ground within a mile radius. No dragons. There were plenty of mutants and humans and other creatures crawling around below, all still locked in combat as he claimed what was rightfully his above them. But nothing that felt like James. Nothing that matched the feeling of the thief from another world. Reaching into as many nearby minds as he could, Tyrant searched for that familiar, self-conscious, uncertain, and above all else, annoying voice that was James's thoughts. Any trace of movie quotes, stupid Japanese cartoons, or ridiculous music lyrics. Yet he found nothing. Not even a peep about wars in the stars or whatever a waifu was. Strange. James shouldn't have been able to resist him unless in dragon form. Looking around for any leads, Tyrant felt something strike his back. Turning around, he smelled the same power that came from James's breath attack. "There you are," Tyrant growled, beating his wings and following the stream higher into the sky. Coming out through a few clouds, Tyrant saw more nothing. No James in sight. Growling to himself, Tyrant brought his arms and legs in close, keeping himself in the air as he took a deep breath. Waves of fire began to explode from his body in waves, destroying the clouds and filling the atmosphere with more smoke than before. Fwish! Another blast of light hit Tyrant's left cheek. Spinning around, he opened his massive jaws and let loose a fireball in the direction of the attack. Zwim! Beams of light started hitting him from behind, cracking some of the bony plates that covered his underside. Spinning around on his back midair, Tyrant flexed his muscles as rays of fire poured out of his spikes and dumped down onto the ground, frying everything unfortunate enough to be caught underneath. Boom! Crack! More attacks hit his exposed stomach from above, breaking some of the plates clean off as light from the beams cast Tyrant's shadow over the smoke and red mist clouds around him. "Enough games, James," Tyrant called. Spinning around and opening his jaws, he inhaled as much air as he could, converting it into a thick cloud of toxic fumes. In one short click of his teeth, every inch of it caught ablaze. The sky exploded around Tyrant as everything went up in a flash of light. The sky cooked as clouds vanished around him, revealing more empty space. As it did, a blue dragon's tail appeared a few yards away. "Got you." Tyrant raced through the sky, claws outstretched as he prepared to grab the dragon's tail. "Everything you can do, James," Tyrant said, swiping the tail and dragging his smaller foe out of the sky and coming face to face with his prey. "I can do better." "There's a song about that," James said, struggling in the dragon's grip before looking around. Tyrant tightened his grip. "No one's coming to help," he said, smiling at James's face. "Just the two of us." James choked out. "Are you doing that on purpose?" he gagged. Tyrant opened his massive jaws. Rows and rows of teeth covered the inside of his gullet. In the back of his throat, a glow began to rise. Red mist swirled around inside his throat as heat began to rise from within. James begged his dragon form to fire one blast, just one little blast of light into Tyrant's mouth, but the red dragon's grip was too strong. As the heat started to wash over James's face, he gritted his teeth. Focusing, he felt his body suddenly shrink as he returned to his troll form, falling through the sky just as Tyrant's fire breath tore through the air. "Oh, this sucks!" James yelled, looking up just in time to see the giant red demon following him down. "Nice try, James," Tyrant laughed, tucking his massive wings in and racing down after him. Clouds began to fly past them as smoke blocked their view of the ground below. "Now!" James yelled to himself, morphing back into the blue dragon. Twisting in the air, he fired another blast of light right into his foe's underbelly, knocking off more pieces of protection. "It was all for nothing, James!" Tyrant roared, reaching his long claws out for him. Suddenly, the blue dragon smiled back. It was a smile Tyrant recognized, one which he'd flashed many times. It was a smile he reserved for one emotion and one emotion only: victory. James transformed again into the giant sea serpent, firing electricity straight into Tyrant's head and paralyzing him, just as the top of the Washington Monument came into view. Chapter 19. Poke. James winced as he transformed back into his dragon form, the terrible sound of Tyrant's body getting shish kebabbed reaching his ears. Twisting around, he watched the top of the evil dragon's wings fall through the smoke blanket, only the tip of the tall spike visible through the smoky clouds. A moment ago, it had been as white as snow, but now, red mist swirled around the blood-covered top of the monument. On the ground below, James heard the gigantic body connect with the soil. The whump echoed across the battlefield, shaking the monument as a tidal wave of blood sprayed out from the base of the tall spike. Then, nothing. No thoughts pierced James's mind as he hovered in the air. The stench of crimson fluid reached the sky where he flew, making him cover his dragon nose before peering at the top of the tall stone spike. Taking a deep breath, James closed his eyes. It was done. The dragon was dead, wasn't he? Reopening his eyes, he quickly dipped below the smoky clouds. Following the monument down, He reached the base where the red dragon now lay, pierced through the middle as red liquid drained down the sides of the hill. The damage was monumental as James saw the evil creature's insides slowly traveling down the outer walls of the now red stone. Its terrible body lay dormant as its eyes weakly flicked over to follow James's landing. Stepping through the ocean of blood, James dared reach over and poke the creature's nose. "This isn't supposed to happen." James stopped, hearing the voice in his head once more. Looking into the large demon's eyes, he saw the last bits of life fading from it. You got lucky." The dragon's eyes clouded over. A great pool of red running down the hill and flooding the sidewalk around it. James watched it pool around his claws, washing over the tall, broken American flags that had once surrounded this magnificent structure. All had been trampled over or blown apart. All except for one. Turning to the last flag still flying, James saw it riddled with holes and tattered almost to the point of being unrecognizable. Yet still it flew, flapping in the dirty wind that blew around them, its pole bent and damaged. Something about it made James feel at ease, even as he looked back upon Tyrant's corpse. Blinking, James tried to see the dragon's aura. Above the body, he saw a void pulsing like a beating heart. From within, red claws reached out, both of which looked frail and weak. After a moment or two, James watched them melt away as the void fizzled out and died like a flame doused in water. Refocusing on the real world, he felt something in the air change. Footsteps replaced gunfire and cries for help as humans, mutants, and monsters alike began approaching the gruesome scene. "No way. Is that him? Look at all that blood. I didn't think it was possible. Treachery. Is the blue dragon with us?" Questions started to fill the air. Looking over the survivors, James watched as the auras of the mutants were loosened. Just like Milo before them, something began to change as the red claws that had gripped them faded away. Their eyes softened, and some began to weep. Others fell to their knees, while some turned and ran. Something new filled the air as freedom reached the mutant forces. The sound of flapping wings approached as new individuals landed nearby, lashing their tails about and snapping their teeth, making everyone except James back away in fear. "You killed him," one of the troll dragons said, stepping forward. Its body began to turn that familiar hue of yellow, shrinking in size until it was a troll once more. Taking a deep breath, James licked his teeth as the trolls glared back. "Yeah, well," James admitted, looking back on his fallen foe. He had it coming. The trolls all began to abandon their disguises, shrinking in size until they stood among the crowds of onlookers, while red continued to flow around their feet, all the way to 15th Avenue. Taking in the blood-soaked sight, James wondered how things would go from here on out. The sound of engines began to fill the sky, drawing almost everyone's attention. Everyone, of course, except for James and the trolls. Giving the dozen or so of them a look, James opened his mind to each of them. "Start running." He watched as the trolls suddenly morphed away, taking on human and mutant appearances before disappearing into the growing crowd. Thankfully, it didn't take long for human soldiers and armed civilians alike to make their way over. Soon, James watched them begin rounding up the dragon's forces, seizing their weapons and herding them up just as two IGs landed nearby. "Ooh," one of the IGs said, its voice catching James off guard. "That one had to hurt." "Pretty sure it's dead, Mace," another voice from the same IG said, as the third one landed in the nearby tidal basin. Bubbles and steam boiled into the air around it as it slumped in the water, the flames around its head and chest dying down as the whole machine began to fall apart in terrific fashion. "Oh," James said, taking flight and scaring most of the Americans around him. Gliding through the air, he reached the broken IG just as it hit the surface. Boiling water sprayed over him as he leaned his head over the broken mech's neck. "Are you all right?" James asked, reaching into the water and flipping the IG onto its back. As he did, the roar of a bear reached his ears. Looking back at the shore, James saw a large polar bear leap into the surf and swim towards the wreckage. Watching it carefully, he almost missed the back hatch of the IG opening, revealing plumes of black smoke and magma that didn't mix very well with the water around it. "Oh, hey there, little guy," James said, carefully reaching into the water and scooping the polar bear up in one claw. "Fight's over, all right? You guys definitely lost." The polar bear tried to escape his grasp. Thankfully, James saw the move coming and closed his fingers over the bear as tightly as he could, locking it into a self-made cage before looking at the wreckage of the IG. Was someone in this thing? "Mr. President!" a voice called from the shore, drawing James away. Looking over, he recognized the intimidating form of Anna Sophia's bodyguard. He looked pretty roughed up, but still in one piece overall. Crap, what was his name? Yeah, Sergeant? James asked. "Check the hull!" the soldier called, pointing at the IG. "She was in the cockpit!" She? Still holding the struggling polar bear, James looked at the head of the IG. He couldn't see inside the broken glass as it lay beneath the surface. Hoping he wasn't going to find what he thought he was going to find, James let go of the polar bear and reached under the waves. Pulling the head of the IG out of the water, he reached through the broken glass with his claws and looked for any sign of life. An aura, a mind he could speak to, anything. Nothing came up. All he could see was hardened black obsidian covering every wall and corner of the inside of the cockpit as the machine finished falling apart beneath him. As it did, James noticed the polar bear had begun to change in size, shrinking down further and further until it looked more like a totally nude dude with white hair. "Anna!" the man screamed, ducking below the waves even as the water continued to boil. James watched the man try to get inside the broken mech, pulling on a melted door hatch as his skin started to turn red. "Oh no," James said, gently reaching into the water again and pulling the man out. "Let me go! She's still down there!" the man cried. Looking over at the shore, James saw the sergeant lowering his head. His expression didn't change, even as the man's cries continued to fill the air around them. James looked at the broken machine, his heart breaking for the second time that day. Was she really gone too? Just like that? He felt like he hadn't even gotten to know her very well. It wasn't fair. Still holding the struggling man, James looked out over the ruins of DC. He could hear people crying and screaming in pain all over the place, the occasional gunshot echoing in the distance. Nearby, the sound of the IGs opening up mixed in with the shouted orders of soldiers running to help manage the situation unfolding around them. As it continued, James shook his head. Nothing about this adventure had gone the way it was supposed to have gone. Then again, maybe that was the point. It was like Dad used to say back home. Things usually got worse before they got better. Wading through the water, James carried the man to the shore, then set him down beside the soldier. Looking up at him, the sergeant gave him the tiniest of nods before taking the former polar bear man. Walking back over to where Tyrant's body lay, pierced and still leaking everywhere, he heard the sound of voices he recognized. "Mr. President! James! You did it!" Curling his tail around his legs, James looked over his shoulder as he saw Milo, Mace, Lilith, and Charlie running up to him. A human soldier suddenly got in their way, trying to stop Milo from going anywhere. Mace suddenly got in the soldier's face before the soldier started yelling at them to back off. As Lilith charged in with all the energy of someone ready to throw hands, James decided it was time to get involved. Hey, James said, reaching over and lightly tapping the soldier's shoulder with just the tip of one claw. "They're with me." Turning almost as white as snow, the soldier let Milo go as he and the others walked up to James's feet. "Is that really him?" Charlie asked, staring in awe at the body of the giant red dragon. "Sure is," James said, puffing some smoke out of his nostrils. "What's left of him." "Bro, we totally kicked a bunch of dragon trolls' butts," Mace said, almost slipping on the red liquid draining around his feet. "I got to pilot a giant robot, and Charlie shot one in the face, didn't you, dude?" "Hey, Mace," Charlie said, noticing how still James was. "Give it a rest." "But we won," Mace said, running over and pointing at the dead dragon. "See? We can go home now." "I'm not sure we can, Mace," James said, looking back in the direction of where Miss Houston had fallen. "Wait, why not?" Chapter 20. But I survived. Water. So much water all around. Can't breathe in water. Ash and liquid. Don't have lungs yet. The air and magic around her felt like the heaviest soup she'd ever tasted, or rather, been a part of. Things weren't very clear yet. Trying to open her eyes, Anna Sophia looked up to see auras all flowing through the air above, like rivers of light. All around her were images of moments in American history, like a museum that one could be an eyewitness to. Looking around, she saw the rest of her body trapped beneath a clump of obsidian. Water had started to leak through and was filling up her chamber quickly. Pulling her right hand free, she watched the razor-sharp rock shatter beneath her as ash covered her new body. "Holy crap, I died," she thought, looking at her new form. It didn't look too different from before, except her hair was blonde now. "I hope Mark doesn't mind," Anna Sophia thought, breaking free of her prison as her new, feathery wings flapped from her back. Looking ahead of her, she saw her obsidian case continue to crack. Reaching up, she punched the flowing wall in front of her. "Ow!" she yelled, holding her fist. Okay, that makes sense. Holding her other hand up, she recited a spell. Flame built up at the end of her palm before firing ahead of her. The water boiled around her as the fire heated up the black rock. As the heat died down, she saw no damage across the false glass. "Just fantastic," Anna Sophia sighed, bringing her knees up under her chin. She felt her long hair reaching down into the water puddle around her as the chamber she sat in continued to slowly fill with dark water. Her first resurrection, and she was about to drown all over again. Maybe Father had been onto something when he'd mentioned immortality could be a bit of a curse. Hopefully, Mark and the sergeant had made it out safely. Maybe they could link up with Mr. Russo and find Miss Houston. They'd come looking for her soon, surely. And James was out there somewhere. She couldn't remember where exactly. The resurrection process wasn't exactly a perfect one, even for a Phoenix fairy. Memories didn't always carry over. At least she still remembered Mark. Hopefully he was safe, wherever he was. He'd come for her soon. She knew it. There had to be a machine or magic spell out there that could break submerged obsidian. All she could hope for was that her memory wasn't completely erased by the time they got to her. Sighing loudly, Anna Sophia felt her wings wrap around her shoulders. "Oh, that's new," she said, seeing red feathers instead of the butterfly wings she was used to. Reaching over and feeling them, it felt like having a large and soft parrot trying to hug her. Not that she was familiar with that sensation. A large shadow suddenly covered the light coming in through the obsidian ceiling. Looking up, Anna Sophia smiled as she saw something moving in her direction. She could hear the structure she was in crumble and creak around her as something broke through the layers above. "That was fast," she said, smiling and waiting for her rescuer. She didn't care who it was that pulled her out. They were getting a kiss. Giant claws suddenly shattered through the obsidian, sending small shards and water flowing into her chamber as they scooped her out. Hot water covered her body as she was pulled through metal and waves before air suddenly surrounded her. "Found you!" a tremendous voice called, making Anna's blood go cold as her eyes adjusted to the light. "Wait, did you always have blonde hair?" Looking at her giant rescuer, Anna Sophia felt her heart sink. The dragon stood before her, smiling goofily as it held her in front of its face. Its eyes looked softer, almost familiar, as it squinted. And was its hide a shade of blue? That didn't sound right. Then again, her memory wasn't serving her very well at the moment. "Hey, Sergeant," the dragon said, looking over at the nearby shore. "Was there another fairy girl with bird wings that I didn't know about?" Following the dragon's gaze, Anna spotted the sergeant standing on the shore nearby. Standing beside him was someone who almost made her heart jump out of her chest. "Mark!" Anna Sophia screamed, leaping out of the dragon's claw. Her wings unfurled, and she soared down through the sky just as her love looked up, his face full of surprise, then joy. "Anna!" Mark yelled, running over while trying to keep his military pants up as he caught her in his arms. Spinning her around, she held him as tightly as she could as the sergeant stood nearby. Unknown to everyone, a small smile crossed his face as he watched them reunite. For real this time. Within the World War II memorial, resting her head on Mark's shoulder, Anna felt the sergeant put a blanket around her as Mr. Russo addressed everyone. Looking down, she squeezed Mark's hand as they sat side by side. The corpse of the red dragon, across the growing lake of red, still steaming as the wounded were being moved all around them. "Reports are coming in faster than we can take them," Mr. Russo said, his uniform torn and his left arm in a cast as he checked over a clipboard. "Mutant cells are surrendering left and right. Not many troll sightings, of course, but we'll worry about that once we reestablish Congress." Looking up from the clipboard, he started to hand it over to Anna Sophia, only for Lilith to reach out and swipe it. "I'll take that, thank you," she said, looking over the clipboard before winking at Anna Sophia. Pretending to look through the few pages she had, Lilith suddenly nodded and handed them back to Mr. Russo. "Everything looks good. What's next?" she asked, folding her arms as Mace put his head in his hands. "Lil, please," he muttered. Anna couldn't help but chuckle. It was so bizarre having everyone here in one spot. Weirder still was that the dragon had actually been defeated after 200 years of tormenting and enslaving the American people. Now that it was gone, there were so many unanswered questions. "We've also gotten reports that National Guard regiments are making their way across D.C. Madam Vice President," Mr. Russo continued, looking at Anna Sophia. "I understand you may want to rest, but we should link up with them as soon as possible." "Where's James?" Mace asked, looking around. "Can't he do it?" "Actually," Anna Sophia said, starting to stand up. Mark and the sergeant were quick to rush to her aid, helping her to her feet. "Thank you. I need to speak with the president about which direction he wants to go. He has the final say, after all." "I'll go with you," Mark volunteered. Anna Sophia smiled and took his hand. "We should go too," Lilith pointed out, kicking Mace's seat and making him jump. Mace quickly got to his feet and gave her an annoyed but cute look. Bumping her slightly, Mace shoved his hands in his pockets before turning to Mr. Russo. "If we're going, can I borrow that giant robot again?" he asked. "Technically, only active service members should be operating government Iron Golem units," Mr. Russo said, putting his clipboard down and rolling his shoulders back. "But considering the circumstances—" "Sick! You're the best, dude!" Mace cheered, slapping Mr. Russo's shoulder before running back in the direction of the IGs. "Mace, wait up!" Charlie said, running after his friend. Lilith gave Anna Sophia a look before jogging after them. Walking over to Mr. Russo, Anna Sophia carefully gave him a hug before taking Mark's hand and walking away. As they left, she heard the sergeant mutter something to Mr. Russo as soldiers and recovering mutants alike walked around them, everyone in a hurry, no matter where they went. As they walked through the bundle of confused and injured people, Anna leaned into Mark as much as she could. She felt him kiss her forehead as they walked, the voices around them all in a flurry of confusion, as everyone wondered how the dragon had been defeated, and whether or not it was really over. Following the college students, Anna Sophia and Mark stayed together. Their footsteps were almost in perfect sync, as thoughts of the future filled their minds. The enemy had been defeated, his ruinous power quelled, and his curses broken. However, the capital was in shambles, and the government had been shaken to its roots. It would take time to see it all built back up. And Anna knew the people would be relying heavily on her, especially now that Miss Houston... Anna didn't want to think about that. She had Mark back. She was never going to let him go again. That was all that mattered. Anna, Mark said, holding up her hand and kissing it. Will you marry me? Mark asked. Laughing, Anna Sophia stopped and faced him. His eyes were full of longing, and his new white hair was very messy. The uniform he'd been given didn't fit him, and he looked skinnier than she'd ever seen him before. But he was still her Mark. And though she'd changed too since they'd last discussed something like this, she wasn't about to let the answer be any different. Yes. Chapter 21. A President Troll. James stood by the body of the white dragon, his troll form feeling more familiar now than it ever had before, as all around him American soldiers and fighters worked to pick up the wounded and clear what debris they could. The sounds barely registered with him as he put one hand in his suit coat pocket. Pulling out a handmade paper medal, he walked up to the fallen creature and laid it by her massive claw. Looking up at the dragon's face, James wondered if there was anything he could say that would make him feel better. I never said it until now, James said, tapping his leg as he looked around. But thank you for bringing me here. I mean, sure, I'd lost my human body and almost died a bunch of times, but... He stopped, wondering what Miss Houston would say to him right now if she were still alive. She'd always had something direct or dry to say, something that didn't make him feel like a typical protagonist to a story. Then again, that was probably the point she'd been trying to make. This wasn't a typical isekai story like he'd hoped. This was a weird, fantastic, and over-the-top story that he'd been pulled into. And in a weird way, he was so glad it was. James cleared his throat as he looked back at the white dragon's face, her eyes shut tight as her aura above her head lay dormant. I'm not good at farewell speeches or anything. Then again, I guess most presidents have someone else write for them anyway, James said, laughing as he thought about the first few days he'd spent here. The meeting, the paperwork, the secrecy, the betrayal, all of it had culminated in a conflict he had almost not survived. He couldn't imagine how things might have gone if Syrian and the other trolls had managed to kidnap him and take him away instead of what had gone down. Would Miss Houston have rescued him? Would the dragon have won? There were so many what-ifs, but none of them were enough to distract him from the fact that she was gone. His insides felt so hollow. Watching the homemade award flap in the breeze, James reached over and patted the giant white claw before him. Thank you for everything, he said, feeling a few tears start to fall from his eyes. Turning away, James walked up to a few heavily armed men and women in black uniforms and helmets as they sat on rubble nearby. Mr. President, the biggest man among them said, saluting as James walked over. What's up, Mac? He asked, addressing the soldier. Milo's finally changed back, Mac said, pointing over his shoulder. He's with Carmina now. Cool, James said, putting his claws in his pockets and following the man away from the white dragon's body. As he left, ice began to form around the paper metal as the great creature's body lay still, the wind washing over it as the people around them continued to work. Mr. President, a young woman in black tactical gear said, drawing James's attention as they walked over. Her brown hair blew across her face as they approached, a happy smile on her face. Milo's waiting for you. Thanks, Carmina, James said, looking past her at a young man sitting nearby, alone on the hood of a broken car, facing away from them. James watched the wind comb through his hair. Something about him felt familiar, but James chalked that up to it still being Milo, just in human form. Thank you again, sir, Carmina said, giving James a salute, as a few other people in black uniforms also saluted nearby. You gave us our freedom back. James gave a half-hearted smile. Well, just try not to lose it again. Yes, sir, Carmina said, finishing her salute and stepping to the side. With that, James focused on Milo. Slowly walking up to his once fox friend, something about him made James wonder. The closer he got, the more it bugged him. Why did his hair look so familiar? And the shape of his shoulders, and the way his neck had a particular freckle on the back side, it all seemed really, really close to Milo? James asked, stepping around the broken vehicle as the young man slowly looked over and smiled his way. James froze. Hello, Mr. President, Milo said, holding out a hand. Looking down at the hand, James couldn't believe what he was seeing. Milo was... You're me, James said, pointing at Milo's face. His old face, from his body before he'd switched with Syrian. Milo had been him, or at least this world's version of him, the entire time? Wait, what? Milo asked, covering his mouth. The color started to drain out of his face as he stared back at him, their eyes locked on one another. You're me, James stuttered, unable to think of anything else. I can't believe you're... This is so weird. I'm... Milo said, his voice sounding just like his old voice. Thank you for saving everyone, Milo finished awkwardly, the moment now ruined by the reveal. Oh, well, James said, realizing how awkward he was making things. Looking around, he saw Mac and Carmina looking shocked nearby. You're welcome, but also, thanks for the help? Neither of them said a word as the moment passed. James had no idea where to go from here, his face getting hotter by the second as he couldn't help but stare at Milo's face. His face. It had been here the whole time. His body, right there, and he'd had no idea. The thought made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. Everything was so overwhelming. He almost didn't hear as an IG landed nearby. The hatch doors opened as familiar voices forced their way into his mind. Hey, James! Mace called, running over with Charlie. Both of the college boys froze as they saw Milo, their tones shifting suddenly. Whoa, 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 who is that? Hello, Charlie and Mace, Milo said awkwardly, giving them a little wave. It's me, Milo. You changed back! Lilith shouted, running over and nearly shoving Mace and Charlie to the ground before hugging Milo. I knew you'd be okay, I just knew it! It's not okay, Lilith, James said, grabbing the sides of his head between his many horns. It's most definitely not okay at all. Wait, Lilith said, breaking away from Milo and looking at James. Who are... I'm confused. Attention! Mac yelled, making even Milo jump off the hood and stand up straight. It didn't help that, of all the clothes Milo could have gotten, he'd received one large gray sweater and basketball shorts. At ease, everyone. Anna Sophia's voice drew James away from Milo's post-disaster wardrobe malfunction, shaking his head as he saw his vice president and Mark walking over. Hello, Mr. President, Anna Sophia said, standing before him. Her blonde hair had been tied back in a nice ponytail, and her new bird-like wings were on full display as she reached over and gave him a big hug. Did you see her already? She asked. Knowing exactly what she meant, or who she meant, James looked over at Mark and saw him looking down. Nodding, James watched his vice president break off before nodding at Mac. They can take you over. I gave her a medal, James admitted, hearing Milo get up and off of the car hood. She'd have liked that, Anna Sophia said, sadly looking away. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. Well, you were kind of busy, James said, reaching out and flicking a few strands of hair out of her eyes. Sorry you died. It happens, Anna Sophia chuckled. I'm glad we were right about you. James scoffed, looking over at Milo. We still lost people. A lot of people, from the look of things. He felt Milo at his side, smiling up at him. Things would have been much worse without you, he said in James's old voice. Same to you, James admitted, trying not to stare at his old face. Moving to Anna Sophia, he lowered his gaze. I don't suppose you have a way to give me my old body back, do you? Anna Sophia frowned, looking at Milo. Not that I can think of, no, she said. James, Milo said, patting James's arm. I would give you mine if I could. It doesn't really feel like my body anyway, not after all the time I spent as a mutant. Can't you transform into him? Charlie asked, standing next to Mark. Like you did with the eel thing. James looked at Milo and, for a brief moment, considered what it would mean if he ate him. Pretty sure cannibalism is against the law, dude, Mace said. We could use another body-switching device, Mark pointed out, stepping up, though I don't know where we'd get one. Anna Sophia patted his shoulder before looking at the ground. It was a valid point, James thought, but last he'd been told those devices were super illegal and super rare. Supposedly, he'd used the last one on Syrian during the invasion. So that sucks and all, but can we go back home now? Mace asked, pointing back at the parked IG nearby. And can I take that with me? Everyone kind of chuckled as Anna Sophia shook her head. The only way to make portals between worlds was through the sanctum within the White House. She stopped, looking up at James, who raised an eyebrow, which may have survived, considering that it was at the lowest level. And I don't recall hearing about anyone finding a body-swapping device after the capital was taken, Milo said, silently nodding at Mac and Carmina. The trolls would have certainly dispatched me to pick something up like that after the attack. With that, everyone looked at James. Realizing what was being implied, he turned around and pointed directly at Charlie's face. You drive. Chapter 22. College Life. The small group of American warriors stood by the broken stone portal as Anna Sophia finished the incantation. The new giant blue gem above them started to glow brightly. As it did, a red, white, and blue portal opened on the ground in front of them as the wind carried around the room. James stood nearby, his heart beating fast. Standing beside him, Milo held the body-switching gun thing, repaired to the best of their abilities. All right, it's ready, Anna Sophia said, turning away as the portal stayed open around them. On behalf of these United States, thank you all for your service. Mace, Lilith, and Charlie stood before her, Mace clearly stifling a laugh. Their hair waved in the wind as Anna Sophia smiled at them. Can we come back for the reception? Lilith asked, elbowing Mace, before walking up and giving Anna Sophia the biggest hug she could. We'll find a way, Anna Sophia said, hugging her back. With that, Lilith looked back at Mace and smiled before jumping right into the portal. Mace strolled over next as Mark, Milo, and James all stood beside Anna. Looking down the line, Mace opened his mouth to say something, but stopped. Shaking his head, he went down the line and shook everybody's hand, saying, "Good game," after every single person. Stopping at James, Mace looked up at him and raised his eyebrows. James waited, small puffs of smoke coming out of his nose as he watched Mace point at him and nod. See you on the other side, brother. With that, Mace turned and jumped into the portal. It flexed as he passed through it like an old CGI movie effect, but James kept that observation to himself. Last up was Charlie, who took his time walking over. After reaching them, it was Mark and the sergeant who shook his hand the longest. Remember, son, the sergeant said, his scars shining in the blue light above them. My offer still stands. Trust me, Sergeant, Charlie said, looking at Mark and smiling. If they don't take me back home, you'll be the first one I contact. Just remember, Mark mentioned, patting Charlie's shoulder, if your lieutenant says they know the way, don't believe them for a second. The three soldiers had a short chuckle before Charlie shook hands with Anna, then Milo. Finally, he stood before James, his blonde hair blowing in the wind as he pushed his glasses up over his nose. We're still friends after all this, right? He asked, nudging James. Smiling, James nodded. Just don't play ball in the dorm. No promises, bro, Charlie said, smiling back and walking over to the portal before jumping in. Once again, the patriotic circle flexed, and now all that remained was James. Ready, sir? Milo asked, turning to him with the body swapper gun in hand. James gulped. It didn't feel real, knowing he would get his old body back. Seeing the bandage around Milo's human hand, he wondered how things would go from here on out. Was going back to college really the right move for him? Everyone here had told him he could stay. You don't have to leave, son, the sergeant said, pointing his thumb at the portal. They'll be just fine without you. James shrugged his broad shoulders. Yeah, but I think my mom and dad would kill me if I didn't. Nodding back, the sergeant walked over and shook James's big, clawed hand. With that, he nodded to Anna Sophia and walked out of the chamber. Mark was next, shaking his hand before pulling him into a hug. After breaking it off, he smiled as big as he could. I'll never forget what you gave me, sir, the soldier said, giving him a salute. I'll hold you to that, James chuckled, wishing he could have gotten to know Mark a little bit better. Then again, Anna Sophia had mentioned that Mark had a trip planned to Alaska soon. Maybe he'd have to visit Charlie's closet sometime over spring break. As Mark stepped back, only James, Milo, and Anna Sophia remained. Looking around at his companions, he felt something bittersweet welling up in his chest. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to Anna Sophia. As the Phoenix Fairy took it in her hand, she dried her eyes and smiled. Thank you, James. Thank you, Anna, he said carefully. Her smile remained, and with that, she walked over and stood next to Mark. Turning to Milo, James took a deep breath and nodded. You're going to take care of this place after I'm gone, right? He asked. First thing I'll do is round up the rest of the trolls, Milo promised, weighing the body swapper in his hand. Then I think we'll work on rebuilding the judicial branch. I've got a promise I need to keep. James nodded, the weight of what was going to happen falling on his shoulders. He had nothing to worry about. Milo, Anna, and everyone else here would have things well taken care of. He'd served this country and its people to the best of his abilities, and in his mind, that had been enough. Just promise me one thing, James said, watching as Milo raised the body swapper and pointed it right at him. Anything, sir. The barrel of the device started to glow, filling the room with bright white light. Don't forget what it took to get here. With that, the light grew, and James felt his body change. In an instant, he opened his eyes and saw himself looking up at a well-dressed yellow dragon man. Looking down at his hand, he watched the device smoke and crack before falling to pieces. Flexing his human hands, he looked from the bandage covering his palm to the troll. Its body slowly changed, morphing down to his height as an exact copy of himself saluted him. Thank you for everything, Mr. President, Milo said. James didn't say a word. Instead, he saluted him back. After a moment, he looked back at the others and waved goodbye, feeling his lip tremble. Backing up towards the portal, he heard a familiar anthem playing from within as he got closer. Bye, guys, James said, backing up to the portal. In a flash of red, white, and blue, James found himself traveling through the portal once more. He tumbled through the air as moving pictures of American events floated past him. As they did, the figures within those images looked familiar to him, like old friends passing by on the way to work. James took a deep breath. The air around him smelled sweet, and as he neared a familiar sight, he wondered what he would do now. Would anything in his life ever come close to getting the chance to travel to another world? Is James back yet? A voice called from the other room. James looked around. The same smells of Charlie's old clothes were there to greet him, as he watched the portal beneath him shrink and vanish, at least for now. Opening the closet door, he looked over and saw his desk nearby, still covered in figures and anime-themed merch. Something about it all felt so foreign to him now, like it had never been his in the first place. Getting to his feet, James walked over and stared down at his desk, just as he heard Mace and Charlie laughing with Lilith in the front room. Listening to them speak, James pulled back his chair and sat down as his laptop turned on, an empty digital page looking back at him. Looking down at the keyboard, James smiled and sat down, his hands racing across the letters as he said what he was typing. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. Afterword and thanks. I can't thank you enough for enjoying my little story. Back in 2020, this project was planned to last only 7 days. If you couldn't tell, that didn't end up being the case. In all honesty, this book wasn't even supposed to be multiple books long. It was supposed to be a one and done, with a story that was funny and didn't make you think. Crazy to think how far things ended up going. American Nexus exists in its current form only because people like you bugged me about it online, in a very good way. And honestly, I'm glad you guys did. To think, I went from betting my TikTok followers that I could write a book in a week to spending all my free time developing my writing style just so I could give these characters a good send off. Raw creativity and unemployment are a heck of a combo. For context, the first version of this tale, called President Troll at the time, was completed in 5 days. Only 150 pages or so of pure organic nonsense that I threw into a Word document and called it a day. That should have been the end of it, and my writing career. But somehow it wasn't. I'm here today because people believed in me and my crazy vision to, quote, just tell a story. Nothing life-changing or challenging, just a fun, adventurous, and funny story about America, kind of, and a well-dressed yellow troll. I don't want to say this is the end of these characters and storylines, but for now, I'm just grateful there's a beginning, middle, and end to this one. Thanks to my incredible editor, who also happens to be my mom, who was so patient with me and made sure everything was spelled correctly and organized perfectly. Love you, Mom. Thanks to Dad for always listening to me ramble about ideas I had and characters I wasn't sure about. Your feedback and support were absolutely invaluable, especially towards the end. And thanks to all of my followers across social media. You guys were the constant reminder that I wasn't just making this for the sake of making something anymore. There were people out there waiting for it, and that motivation carried me in ways nothing else could. As for what's next, all I'll say is this: I'm just getting started. Much love, Jacob Valentine.